Right. Good evening everybody, welcome back to the stream. It's been a while since we played this one, with Space Age coming out and all that stuff. First of all, my voice audio is probably a bit different. I'm again in the other location, so basically I had to reset up my entire microphone and all the sound balance and stuff. So I'll probably sound a little bit different than I usually do. Also let me know how is the sound balance between game and my voice. Let me know if my voice is overly loud. I kind of have the idea that it is a little bit, but perhaps it's alright. Hello Obsolete Alien, Odium, C-Rex, Balloon Crash, Hasselpoof, thanks for the subscription. That's the first 12 months, man. Congratulations. 1 year of life, Mike. Yeah, it's been 8 days. It's been 8 days since I streamed. Voice is very bassy compared to normal. That could be the case. I'm using a different preset because even though I have 2 exact copies of the same microphone, they seem to sound very different from each other. It may also be the different room I'm in. But yeah, the preset I use on my other location doesn't quite work here. It sounds really bad. So I tried using this one. If it's bassy, I guess it's okay, if it's not like overly so. Hello as well on the YouTube side, everybody. Factorio 2.0. Is Factorio 2.0 out yet? I haven't looked at any mods yet for Space Age, but I did play Factorio 2 as my very first stream actually, 1 year ago. Hasselpoof probably remembers. Yeah, there's reverb, there's a lot of hard surfaces in this room, so despite having the preset of the mic only on the front, it's probably going to bounce around a bit, the sound. Yeah, so Factorio 2 is on my second channel, the live channel. It's the very first playthrough. So if you haven't seen that before, you can always look that one. Voice too loud, says one. Very bassy, too loud, or sounds good. That's conflicting advice. So I guess we'll keep it like that, and unless a lot of people start to complain, I'll try to keep the volume of my voice down a bit. Since I'm going to be streaming past my my better half's bedtime, I probably want to keep my voice down as much as possible anyway. So that's a good point to start. What you are looking at now is the 10,000 signs per minute base. It is almost done. It is almost done, but not entirely so. Last time we did bot frames, is what you're looking at right now. So you got steel smelting over here, oil processing, a little bit of coal liquefaction even for the lubricant, and then here is all the bot frame processing. Stuff is coming in right now. Thought it would make a nice opening montage with the nicely kept free uranium patch in the middle. So yeah, where are we at? Where are we at the playthrough? This is the base. This is the solar field. We don't really pay attention to that anymore. It's not connected yet. It is connected. It is not connected. Oh yeah, right. We've got a special I forgot about that. We got a special robot network here with 1 construction bot and 1 wooden power pole. I'm clicking on this chest as if I can open it, but this is Factorio 1.1. Anyway, once we need the solar field, and we almost do, we can simply connect it by sending over 100 gigawatts of power through 1 wooden power pole connection. What could possibly go wrong? Nothing, because it's Factorio. Nothing will go wrong. Anyway, if you don't know what to say, just throw in an anyway. So what do we got here? Let's just go over it for the power lines are just one big blue square from the zoom level. That's how big these areas are. It's really gigantically big. Alright, so what do we got here? This area over here is the starter base, where we basically got started with basically sort of a main bus base, fairly small. It has been doing 60 or 80 signs per minute for the first couple hundred. No, that's not true. For the first couple dozen hours. And then we build a bot mall over here which made all the ingredients we needed for the 1000 signs per minute base, which is a separate thing all in itself. That is located over here. We've got steel smelting, we've got all the circuit stuff over here. Circuit stuff still going because we have an alternative. If we are not producing signs, we can make Mark III modules over here, so those go brrr on the belts out over to the main base. The 1000 signs per minute area was here, but we haven't been researching for quite a while. So if anybody comes in later and they ask, oh, what kind of signs per minute are we up to? The answer is 0. We have produced 0 signs per minute for the last 10 hours. It's been like 20 hours or so. After that, though, before that we had a nice flat line of 1000 signs per minute for 50 hours, for over 50 hours straight. So, but yeah, we researched all the technologies we wanted to research. That includes mining productivity 51, which allows us to mine a full belt of ore with just 3 miners. So if we look here, we just got 3 miners per site making a full belt of ore. So that's why we got that level of mining productivity. It doesn't really make sense for us to increase that at the moment. So we basically switched off research 20 something hours ago and instead switched on module production again. This is the copper for this module production, for the circuit production in general. This is nothing compared to some of the 10,000 signs per minute builds which we already have up. This is 80, if I remember correct, 84 belts of copper for low density structures ready to be switched on at a moment's notice. Alright, so there's a few other odds and ends to this base, like we've got another specialized module production area here. In total we're making 60 modules per minute. So 1 Mark III module per second, which is pretty good. And we've got the solar panel and accumulator area, which we used to produce this. And this is a very, 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 very large area of solar panels. Basically, we have made over 2 million solar panels and 1.6 million accumulators to fill out this thing. Then for the 10,000 signs per minute base part is map text enabled. Yeah, right. So we got the first 3 signs packs down here, pretty small. This is what it looks like. Red signs, 4 blue belts of red signs, almost filled up. Then we got 4 blue belts of green signs and 4 blue belts divided over twice as many assemblers because it's blue signs of blue signs. So that is already done. Yeah. Next one we tackled was purple signs. Purple signs was the first big boy. This entire area here is purple signs. If you compare it to the size of the first 3 signs packs, this is like twice as big at least. Purple signs, not very complicated ingredients, but very bulky ones. So we got like 5 of these patches which are smelting steel. 16 ore belts per patch going into steel. I think it was over 22 belts of steel or something. This is the other 3 steel patches, quite bulky. Then we get to one of the favorite parts of my base, which is my trademark pizza splitter. As you can see here, we got 9 adjacent belts of steel and 9 adjacent belts of stone bricks. And then we put it through a very, very weird splitter contraption any day now, which kinda looks like a pizza slice. And out comes alternating belts of steel and stone bricks. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that awesome? Just such a tiny amount of splitters and you can just make adjacent belts come out like this. This is really cool. On the map it does look like sort of a pizza slice. Kinda looks like an omen for the what's the mouse over when the Gleben biochambers are out of fuel. They also represent a pizza slice. Yes, there are indeed bites. I'll go over chat in a bit as soon as I'm finished doing the catch-up. So purple signs already looks like quite massive. So here we got like half of the steel coming in, The other half of the steel came in from the top. We've got stone bricks. We are making a full belt of rails from one assembler, which was a tiny sub-challenge. And out come like, how many belts of rails? 20 something, 28 belts of rails are coming out. And you don't need to make, you don't need to keep your belts like 8 tiles apart or anything. You can just make like cursed splitters and underground belts, contraptions like these, and without any problems 14 stone belts can cross 28 rail belts. Nothing weird going on here. Then that goes into signs. This is purple signs, that is done, and yellow signs is over here. Yellow signs actually is done as well, except for the routing. I just kept it the same shape. Even we don't need like 7 belts of low densities, but I'm just gonna make it symmetric because it looks nice. Low density structures is done, as we just checked it out. That's over here, where 84 belts of copper join up with another, I forgot already the exact amount, 21 belts of plastics, I suppose, and 9 belts of steel. That is all gonna go in low density structures. It's not connected yet, because that would kill my power, unless I hook up the solar field, which I refuse to do, for unknown reasons, even to myself. And the blue chips is done as well, the second blue science ingredient. In fact, this is all low density structures also for the rocket parts and the satellites. And over here we've got blue chips, also for yellow signs, for the rocket control units, which still exist in Factorio 1.1. Unfortunately, nice to just skip speed modules altogether, but unfortunately I can't. And also the blue chips for the satellites are in here. So this is kind of another weird contraption, where 20 adjacent belts of iron are split into 30, because we are doing inline green chip, inline smelting and then green chip production, which means we can reliably produce a full belt of green chips from only 2/3 and copper ore. So that is why this is over here. How big this is actually, this exactly is, but it's this big. Alright. And now last stream we did bot frames in a single stream. I hope to do rocket fuel today in a single stream. And then we are almost done. Bot frames seems to be completed at the moment. There's a few remnants left, like from the testing. We made this, we designed this in editor mode, because it is just a lot more visually pleasing to see stuff flowing on the belts during the design phase, instead of just looking at ghost blueprints like this for 6 hours on end. But we can get rid of this. In fact, we don't need any of this. That can all go. We still got some other aspects, I suppose. Alright, yeah. This has been left here because this did not make it. If only we had the green turbo belts, but for now I suppose we just deconstruct this roboport and put this on top. The bots should take care of that for us now, and then this will be connected as well. What else is there? We've got some pipes over here. Right, this is where water is supposed to come in. And this is where oil is supposed to come in. Alright, so if I delete this, I suppose that takes care of all the illegal, not an illegal base. This has been made in actual survival mode on a world where biters are present. Yeah, I got a lot of memory tags over there. You can still see them on these islands. On these islands they are fine. They cannot get to us from the islands, so I don't really care about that. I do care about pollution possibly spreading off the edge of the map though. So we have indeed world peaced again the entire map, and we are keeping the pollution cloud inside of the map. That is the idea, at least. And to do that we've got like a bunch of spiders. I have no idea where they're at even. Maybe they're actually in my base. Yeah, they're in my base. So we got a bunch of Spidertron assault teams to take out all the biter nests on the map. As you can see, this is like approximately default settings. Of course, richer ore patches, because UPS is going to be a thing, and if you use standard ore patches, you're just shooting yourself in the foot in terms of getting the game to run at all. So that's the reason we've got richer ore patches. The biters are actually a little bit more present than on the settings. But as you can see, yeah, evolution is up to 99.9% basically in the last 170 hours. And the reason for that is 75% spawner kills, 25% pollution and 0% time. Somebody is raiding me, I cannot see it. Where can I see this? Hey, it's Tyrannosaurus Hex. Thanks man for the raid. How's it going? I actually saw before on Twitch when I glossed over, you were streaming your first playthrough as well, right? I just finished my own new player experience of Space Age, so yeah, no spoilers please, and chat, no spoilers about Space Age, because if I remember correct, Tyrannosaurus Hex is on his own new player experience. So, right, this is Factorio 1.1 actually still. Why is it Factorio 1.1? Basically, I was building a 10,000 signs per minute mega base and I couldn't get it finished before Space Age came out. If I would upgrade this base now, I mean, there is so many giant builds in here already. Like, this is the entire thing, the entirety of blue chips over here. It is just absolutely massive. And also, we've got a lot of long pipes which trickle in bunches of fluids without any pumps in between, I might add. So yeah, basically just too much stuff will break. If I now upgrade to Factorio 2.0, we'll probably be spending 50 hours just trying to get everything to work as it did before. So I lost my train of thought. That is because I don't use trains a lot. So yeah, if I would update now, I would spend more time trying to get everything to work again than I would just spend finishing this map in Factorio 1.1, which is what we're going to do. It's almost done. Today we're going to do rocket fuel. Last time we did bot frames, completing yellow science ingredients. Blue chips is done completely. Low density structures are done completely, so now we're up to rocket fuel. After rocket fuel, it's just going to be, I guess, the other parts for the satellites. Satellites and rocket control units are still a thing. So we need rocket fuel today. We need speed modules to combine with blue chips into rocket control units, and we need the parts for the satellite, which also have been deleted from the game. So that is going to be blue chips, which are done, low densities, which are done, rocket fuel, which is done, and then it's going to be solar panels, accumulators, and radars, in fact. And then we just got to build the launch facility, because the radars have just come in. Let's see if I can still get the blueprint of that thing, which we already made earlier. It's gonna look like this on the map, which is pretty nice. There's a nice 10k symbol in there as well. Tyrannosaurus Rex just got downstairs from the small platform. Right, so you just went to space then for the first time, I suppose. How was it to go up there for the first time? I did it as well. It must have been quite funny. Right, so this is our launching facility. It's going to be more common than in Factorio Space to have this many rocket silos launching stuff, but in the vanilla game it's actually going to be quite unique to have this many rocket silos launching rockets. Also, the rockets here are 20 times as expensive as in Space Age, so there's that as well. Right, give me 1 second. No, I don't need 1 second. Alright. So yeah, the title of the stream, Rocket Fuel with the old fluid mechanics. Just one more kick him when he's down moment we are going to do. This is one of the things I've been looking up against the most. Because rocket fuel is very heavy on the fluids. And of course, In Factorio 1.1 we have flow limits. The fluid actually flows through the pipes, unlike in Factorio 2.0 where it just instantaneously transports. Here we have to do all the fluid calculations for the very last time, one more time to apply that knowledge, and then we can just forget about it. Yeah, there's not a whole lot to do up there in person, right? Yeah, so I guess we're gonna ignore hooking up yellow signs for today, because I want to try to get rocket fuel done in a day. Probably, did I make a list somewhere of what is still to do? I don't think so, so I'll make one now. So today is rocket fuel day. Ah, yeah, wait, we cannot move map tags anymore. Oh, there's gonna be this is my first time playing Factorio 1.1 again after a month and a half of Space Age. I'm going to have so many annoying things which just don't work in Factorio 1.1, like moving map tags. 16 snap. That's a nice snap to keep things readable. Rocket fuel. Then it's speed modules plus RCU. Blue chips are done. So we'll just give this an RCU thing. Then it's satellites, which is, I guess that's going to be one thing in itself. For those of you who only played Factorio 2.0, this is what a satellite looks like. You used to have to launch this into space to get space signs instead of making it up there. That means radars, sol pans and accus. Then that is everything we need to do still in terms of producing things. Then we just need to make the 10k SPM train. Basically we are not using trains, everything is like belt based in the entire base. We're building it with bots, but everything flows on belts. There is no logistics bots involved in any of the production things just yet. We're only gonna have a single train, so no bots, no trains. We're only gonna have a single train to pick up the science and bring it to the rocket silo area, which is going to be built on top of my starter base. So this is gonna go, including the mall, everything is gonna go, and we're just going to build our final thing on the starter area. For comparison, this was the 1000 signs per minute launch facility, basically a bunch of labs with 10 rocket silos in the middle. This thing is just going to grow like 100 to 100 times, or to 100 rocket silos, so 10 times the size of this one, including the labs around, some sort of similar entrance for the other stuff. We'll get to that once we get to that. Alright, so the science train. Then the 10k SPM launch facility. What do we need to build? The 10k SPM launch facility on top of the starter base, and that is, I think, the last step. So it is quite that's not oversightable, that's a very Dutch word. Comprehensible. It is very, like, we can at the glance of an eye see what we still need to do. It's not that much anymore. I forgot the word for that. Right, let me get to chat a little bit, because I have been ignoring you for a little bit too much. Yeah, it's the first time indeed in about a month and a half or 2 months. Biters not 200%, biters are, I think biters are, biters are about 200% in a weird way. I lowered the frequency of nests and then overcompensated by upping the size. Where are the bugs? yeah, we have achieved world peace. I'll go over that in a bit. Spaghetti straight into pizza, yeah. That's a good one. Looking up against. Looking up against. Oh, that's a very Dutch one as well, right? Looking up against. Man, my English is going the other way as it's supposed to be. Right, so yeah, we did go over the world peace. We basically... I make sure I never go within 20 chunks from the map border, which is the distance at which Factorio generates map around the player. This map has grown so large that 20 chunks is nothing. This blueprint over here, you see which one it is? This one. The center of this blueprint is, if I was standing there, the game would generate map only as far away as the outer green border. So in the beginning, that is, it takes like half an hour in the beginning to generate this around the player. But now it's just like a small corner of the... You're basically being very strongly pushed towards artillery and arms of late game biter clearing solutions, which is a bit annoying, but I guess it's choices. Alright. So now we have an overview. Well, I was thinking about where do I need to build rocket fuel, right? Because we're gonna need a lot of oil for that. Or coal, depending on what we do. I was just gonna wanna take a look at the other prerequisites. So that we don't claim space which will be in the way later. But that's not gonna be the case. Because solar panels, accumulators is not gonna be that large. Neither is speed modules and the blue chips we already have. So rocket fuel is going to be the last great build, I suppose. So we can build it basically anywhere. I've been building my entire base in sort of like this pizza slice. I'm thinking about pizza all the time. The Roboport pizza slice. So I guess now it is time to find a place for rocket fuel. I do remember something like if a single tile of oil is like more than 2000%, which it is, 56-40%. So if it's more than 2000%, I can feed an entire pipeline of refineries with one single oil spot. So I probably do not want to go too much close to the base. We'll probably build it out here somewhere. Depending on what we need. So I guess before we can do anything really, what I need to do is I just need to save the game. Time to design rocket fuel with the old fluid mechanics. One more kick under the butt. Or one more kick in the face from the old fluid mechanics before we can truly forever forget about all the details I spent like the last 10 years learning. And I still don't know exactly how it works. There's all sorts of weird stuff going on. Thanks Mr. Mehanu as well for the 11th month subscriptions. Alright. How is it going? Looks like everything is still up. Right. I think it is time to switch to the Factorio calculator just to see how we're going to approach the problem for a bit. I think if I should do this. Right, that seems to work. And this is back, okay, this is back to the game. Alright. So, you know what? It is, I'll do the stretching a little bit. I will try to recall all my bots back to the base. And to do that I have 18,000 bots, so I need to deconstruct a fair number of belts here. Maybe 27,000 will do it. So we're gonna hope all these bots are gonna come back from over here where they were before. and then I can disconnect the bot networks again. In the meantime, I'll do a little bit of stretching until the commercial break ends over on Twitch. I'm ignoring that way too often. It's still early in the stream, but I made the redeem and I should do the stretching as well. At least a little bit, just getting up once every hour and a half. It's not an unnecessary luxury. I start to be old. Alright, that was a very short stretch, but it does count. Alright, I waited especially for you, dear Twitch viewers and dear raiders. Just did a quick get up and stretch thing during the commercial break. Alright. So yeah, what is happening now? I'm deconstructing 27,000 belts with my 18,000 bots. And I just hope that all of my 18,000 bots get called upon. If they do, that means we have successfully called up every single last bot from over here. As you can see, they're having a little bit of trouble finding the way. These guys just all built the robot frame area. So those guys are now just all gonna go out and they'll explode into nice parties. Nice for the bitrate. And they're supposed to join the Roboport highway pretty soon. The Roboport highway basically is like a lot of Roboports. Unfortunately, this is way improved in Factorio 2.0 as well. First of all, construction bots have twice the flight distance. Even standard construction bots have twice the flight distance compared to Factorio 1.1 before they need to recharge. And second of all, of course, you have quality robots, quality bots, etc, etc. Alright, this is good. That means all bots have been called up. 0 of 18,000 construction bots are available. This trick does no longer work in Factorio 2.0, as their bots can get multiple tasks assigned. So they'll just get like 3 or 4 belts assigned per bot, and these will never get called upon. But here it still works. I'm now drawing empty. I'm guaranteed to draw empty this entire bot area, and all of these bots will settle somewhere near the base again. That is what I want, because then I can design here in peace later on without bots. I can disconnect the Roboport network again, just like I did here. I will cut out this over here, and then the bots no longer will be able to fly up here, because this won't be part of the main Roboport network where all the stuff is. So that is why I'm doing this over here. Alright, I'm just going to leave this on in the background, I suppose. And we will we will start working on rocket fuel. When is the 100k SPM base with space age? I think that's going to be much easier than 10,000 signs per minute in vanilla. I say confidently, even though I'm not really sure about that. But yeah, you say it yourself with the godly production bonuses, right? That is true. I haven't played enough with the new fluid mechanics yet at high levels to have formed a good opinion about the new fluid mechanics. I didn't think the old ones were so bad that they needed to be replaced though, in the first place. Thanks, hey Eveson, thanks as well for the 12th month subscription. Already been a year. I have a feeling it's been a year as well. I started streaming. Did I start streaming early December or late December? I don't really remember now. Maybe it's late December. Alright. Let's go into the mathematics portion of the stream, I suppose. So here we are in Kirk McDonald's calculator. Really nice. What's also very nice is it has separate settings for vanilla. For the different vanilla ones. It looks like Space Age is under development. So yeah, at least this is still here for the time being. I have to finish this playthrough before this is gone, or I will need to do everything myself in Excel, which is possible, but this is way more visual. So yeah, this is what we've been doing. 10,080 signs per minute, because that makes for the nice 5 to 6 to 5 to 12 to 7 to 7 ratio of assemblers in the configuration I built them. So basically what I now need to do, here is rocket fuel. We need almost 3 belts of rocket fuel. I think we're going to set it to per second for rocket fuel, since we're dealing a lot with fluids. And fluids per minute is kinda not comprehensible. So we need like almost 3 belts of rocket fuel. Those need to go almost exclusively to rocket parts. Only 7% needs to go to satellites. 7% is not really a nice divisible portion. It's like 1 in 14, 1 in 15, something like that. Probably 1 in 14.29, blah blah blah, something. So we cannot simply make a 1 to 16 splitter and then just take one of those and bring it over there. In general, I probably want to overproduce quite a bit with rocket fuel, since it's fluid mechanics, and if anything goes wrong on a minor level, I still want to have the overproduction calculated in, so that not the entire build will break. Yeah, early December, but I weren't affiliated yet. Yeah, that's probably... I think I got affiliated quite quickly though. No, yeah, that probably takes a couple of weeks as well. You need to stream a certain amount in a certain period before you can get affiliated. Looks like first stream was December 3. Okay, there we have a source? Man, my English. A source for celebration. A reason to celebrate. This is the officially past 1 year of streaming, the very first stream. Looks like we're celebrating it with some OG Factorio to celebrate the OG stream. Alright. So how do we even start? Let's first of all open this in a new tab. Sorry for the white flash in your eyes. Dark mode in 2024 still cannot be dark mode when loading a new tab, apparently. Alright, so we have two options basically. This is the coal liquefaction option. It requires over 16 belts of coal. We are dealing with almost 8,000 heavy and light oil and 1,000 petroleum gas. Let's open it in another tab and see what it is if we use advanced oil processing. So we disable coal liquefaction as a recipe. And then we look at the fluid amount. Is that better? It is better. It is a lot better actually. So whereas coal liquefaction deals with under 8,000, which is basically 8 pipes. I'm just count 1,000 per pipe approximately. Here we deal with a maximum of 6,000 light oil. So that is a lot better. Also, we don't deal with coal at all. I think this is going to be the superior option, really. Now you don't need to build nuclear on lakes, just a lot of pumps on one pipe. Yeah, that's the weird thing about Factorio Space Age, which kinda is dumb because fluid transportation is instant. So now you get instances where you have a single line of fluid throughput, but instead of, I guess the bots are gonna build that. That's okay. Oh wait, sorry. These pipes have 12,000 a second fluid throughput, but in the update they have 1200. So if you want to have like 12,000 fluid throughput, you can now do that through a single pipe, but you need to do this and then build 12 pumps in parallel like so. And then it magically can just flow through the pipe. So it is really weird that the actual pumps, which are supposed to be the pushers of the fluid, those are weaker than just the pipes, which is a little bit dumb, but yeah. I would have rather seen that they just didn't do it and just kept the pump at 12,000 a second, because yeah, that just looks off. Anyway, we were not having fun. We were over here. We were over here having not fun. Alright, so it's kind of decided then. We're gonna go for advanced oil processing and not for coal liquefaction. So we just delete this step. Alright, so here this is big numbers. You should kind of imagine that 1000, maybe 1100 fluid a second is the throughput limit of a pipe if it's not too long. So you can see this requires 6 pipelines for 6000 oil. We are also doing almost 3 belts. I do want to make more. What if we just make 3 belts? What if we just make 3 full belts and base our builds on that? We are still under... Yeah, we can do this. We will do it. We can place some pumps in between to keep the throughput above 1200 a second. Whoa, thanks Eveson. Is that like... Huh. That's the first time I see that. 6 gifted subscription, but to a specific person. Well, congratulations, Honk. Thanks a bunch. Oh hey, SDB is in the chat as well. Finally a stream you can catch again. Back to the 10,000 signs per minute. So yeah, now I'm basically... I have a lot of editing to do for a lot of different things. First video which is gonna come out is probably one on belt weaving, belt storage, and no sound here. I guess there is sound. Can anyone confirm there is sound? Now I lost my train of thought again. Yeah, I'm going to... The first video is going to be about belt weaving, belt storage for space things, and this is again a little bit of an exploit, making your own infinity chest in Factorio. I'm not going to... if you saw the 28-hour stream, the flight to the shattered planet, you may have seen it already. I'm not going to spill the beans just yet though, but there is a way to make your own infinity chest in Factorio, or at least something close to it. No sound. No sound. No sound. Okay, sound. There is sound here. No game sound or no voice sound. Probably both, I suppose. Right, my mic is on. Streamlabs is detecting my mic. Sound is back. All of the sound. Alright. Is that just when I go to Firefox mode then? Wait. Is that just when I go to Firefox mode then? Is there sound now? Ah, Twitch bugged out. Okay, I'm just saying some stuff to make sure there is sound. Okay, sound is good. Alright. Alright, so I'll repeat myself yet again. first video. I have a lot of editing to do now, so I'm done playing Space Age for a while. I have a lot of editing to do just to make the playthrough into a video. But the first video which is going to come out is going to be one on belt weaving. Belt storing, and making your own infinity chest in Factorio, which is kind of a little bit of an exploit. Not gonna spill the beans here just yet, even though some of you may have seen that in the 28-hour Shattered Planet Flight stream, where we discovered it. But that's gonna be the first video which is gonna come out. I hope it will be ready by next Friday. I've written and recorded the entire script, but it is gonna require a lot of editing, a lot of specific recording for it looks like my connection is not super stable here. Well, we'll see how that goes, I suppose. Yeah, it's going to require a lot of separate recording clips to match with the script, so it might take a bit more time than I'm hoping. Okay, now we're back to Firefox, right? Yeah, we are. Alright, let's get this thing on the road. If I make 135 a second instead of 130, that's 5 extra a second. That probably should be good enough of a buffer. We need to bring 8.5 a second towards satellites. How are we gonna do that though? That is kind of an issue perhaps. We can do it like with an inserter, just limiting an inserter so that it takes approximately 9 rocket fuel per second, puts down a belt. Guess that should be good. Instead of using a 1 to 15 splitter or something dumb like that. We could even take a bit more, because if we are making 135 where we need only 130, we can even take like 12 rocket fuel a second off the belt. And we will immediately be feeding enough to both satellites and rocket parts. So I suppose that would be okay. I'm not even sure we do we need to split this? So maybe we don't need to split it if we just bring all into the... We're gonna make the satellites into the rocket launching facility, and we're also gonna be making the rocket parts there. So perhaps we do not need to split this. We'll find out later. There is multiple ways we can split that off. For now we'll just focus on making 3 belts of rocket fuel. Since the... we want to be like at least under 1200 fluid a second. So I guess if we divide it by 6... Let's divide it by 6. And there. That looks like very workable numbers to start designing. Now we basically have 1 pipeline of oil, which goes into less than 1 pipeline of light oil, less than 1 pipeline of heavy oil, less than 1 this, less than 1 water. So all the pipelines are back to manageable sizes. We just need to build 6 copies. We do have to deal with 3.5 belts of solid fuel, but I guess we'll find out how to do that a bit later. I suppose we're going to be going for 8 beacon setup. An 8 beacon setup with 2 speed modules per beacon, and then just a row of assemblers down the middle, rather than just going full surround sound. It doesn't really matter that much, it just takes a lot more place for the beacons, so it looks better if there's not full squares of beacon in my opinion. So let's do 8. So we need 88 assemblers. So I guess we'll up the requirements a bit further. 88 assemblers making rocket fuel produces 0.502 belts of rocket fuel. And then the rest will adapt to that. We'll also go with 8 beacons, maybe for solid fuel. We'll see how that goes exactly. This is going to be a headache. Okay, maybe the oil refineries we can completely surround. That is 16 beacons if I remember correct, around an oil refinery. So that's going to be 7 oil refineries. To deal with all the oil. Yeah, this time 6, that's going to be a lot. That's already with 2 rows of beacons. Yeah, these builds, they're quite large compared to your entire starter base consists of 88 assemblers, and that is only 1/6 of the rocket fuel we need. Alright, I guess cracking will do. Maybe we don't need that much cracking actually. So we may get to use an old blueprint actually, because the rest of the 10,000 signs per minute base has been using basic oil processing, because it's just much more efficient in terms of UPS. You do need more oil, but you do need a lot less machinery. Here we cannot do that because we need light oil to make the rocket fuel anyway, and we would need both twice as much oil to make the petroleum gas, and then twice as much petroleum gas to make solid fuel. So that's already 4 times the oil. So I suppose we'll do advanced oil processing here. I think it is time to start designing. So we do on the location which is kinda nearby the water, I suppose. We could do some pumps in between there as well, but it would be good to have some water access. And then we just need a lot of space for all the infrastructure. It's basically just water and oil. And that is all we need. Water and oil are the basic ingredients. For the rest there is nothing to it. Everything comes from water and oil. So yeah, not a single piece of ore is involved in making this. Alright, I think we know enough for now. So let's get back to the game. It is still nighttime, or again nighttime. Are we back in the game? We are back in the game. How is connection? It's again falling away. Oh. Just give me 1 second. Probably cannot help. I cannot do anything about it. Oh yeah, it's been quite choppy. I just hope it keeps up then. There's nothing to do about it. I need to be behind the VPN here. Alright, anyway. Alright, so all of the bots should be back in the southern section of the base. I hope no logistics bots got out, but let's disconnect again. The roboports. Okay, and that should disconnect the roboport network again, just like it does on the right side. And after that, all the bots should be... it's quite some distances to fly here. Once that's done, we'll save and we'll go into editor mode to design rocket fuel. We could, I suppose, take a look around. We need only like 6 pipes of oil. Oh, that's a big one. 86,000%. 60,000%. Maybe we need to send the spider over there. I guess we'll look into editor mode to see how it really goes. Alright, there it goes. That is the end of the connection. And it's separated. And this guy decided... it belongs to this side of the network here. So that is a little bit annoying. Why you decide to belong to the northern part? Right. What can I do about it? Not much from a distance. Yeah, that is unfortunate. Can place one robot back. And it insists on being a part of the northern network. Alright, you can have it your way. There you go. Build it over there then. Alright. Let's put it in reverse. Okay, we've got one construction bot up here. As well as 18 logistics bots somewhere. Alright, we'll not worry about that for now. Let's make a save. Save 378. If audio is very weirdly pitched, that is usually just you need to refresh the stream. Alright, that's good. Alright, so we'll make another save. I was supposed to save this 378. Really time. And we'll save that again. Editor mode. Design time. Alright, so this has been my process for 10,000 signs per minute designing. I just go in editor mode in the actual map I'm playing and design the thing from there, make a blueprint of it, and then just use it in the real world. The reason I'm doing it in editor mode is everything is clear in editor mode. And because in the real world I have to design ghost buildings, ghost pipes. It is really very not viewer friendly to do it that way. The downside, of course, is the downside, of course, is time does not progress in my actual save if I am doing things in editor mode. So here you also will have the confirmation, hopefully, that I did not enter editor mode in the actual save. It should prompt me to do it again, or it will break achievements. Okay, it does. Alright, that's good. So do the second time. Now we've disabled achievements and the run is no longer a valid real run. So that's why I did the double save. Alright. So where are we building this? It has kind of been I have two goals. One, it should be close to the water. Two, it would be nice if it was in the middle of this pizza slice of Roboports, which is as far from the water as one could possibly be. And that's pretty far because the water scaling, everything has been scaled up to 400% if I remember correctly. So the distances between water bodies are 4 times larger in both directions than normal. I'm going to guess we may be able to get away with yeah, we may be able to get away with building a little bit closer to the base than I originally thought. Oh hey, Stefan, thanks for the 1 year subscription as well. Holy moly. Helium Mike was kind of entertaining. I hate Helium Mike. I have this often in the editing process that I just speed up a clip and then my own voice is my own voice is sped up as well, and I get helium mic myself. To the pizza slice, of course. Alright, looks like that is 100% of the votes. Well, stream is bad today. Let me check. Yeah, stream is bad today. That is annoying. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about it in the middle of the stream. And any other options are also just Hail Marys. Are you back on the road? No, I'm on the second location now where I have to be behind VPN, which normally works alright, but looks like today it's non-stop drops of upload speed. Tested it, I have like 60 megabytes a second up and download speed when I tested in a speed test, and now I'm trying to upload at 6 megabytes a second, and it just has random drops all the time for no reason. I guess it is what it is. I cannot really change it as for now, so we are stuck with it. Alright, so we are looking for some good oil. Do we have good oil in the pizza slice? In the pizza slice there is nothing, so we have to go outside a little bit. Not too far though. I guess it is not too much infrastructure to carry on some spiders if we really want to build it ourselves. It's not gonna be something massive like this giant steel smeltery times 5 like for purple signs or like blue chips over here. I think we may be able to get away with building it by hand. And if not, probably here on the right side, it's going to be better to do it on the right side than on the, on the left side than on the right side. As here we've got the Roboport highway at an angle already. So if we fly out in a straight line from this, it's going to be easier for the bots to zigzag their way back to the base eventually, I suppose. Okay, alternatively, we could just do it right here next to... I think we'll do that, just right here next to the Roboports. And just bring water in from afar. Alright, so if we do that, how am I going to design it? Everything I have is in the image right now. Blue chips, low densities have to flow to yellow signs, bot frames flow here. If I build it on this side, I should be relatively safe. And then we can build like solar panels, accumulators below later. Something like that. Rocket control units can be here somewhere as well. How about this one? This is 36,000. I think these oil spots are not quite as rich as I would want them to be. Yeah, I don't think so. Alright, bon appetit, and hopefully this stream will be better. I've had this problem here before. Some streams it's like horrible, and other streams it's like good all the time. Alright. So I guess the first thing we'll do is try to design try to design something that works. You know what, rather than do it in the actual world, I think we may just pop into the lab design world. I've been designing the rest in the real world because it kind of matters. Where your inputs and outputs are. When you do like giant builds like these, you need to know where your ore is going to come from. Because if I would have designed this the other way around, or with all belts coming in from one side, it would have been a very different story. We design stuff the way it is, like so, with a symmetric input like so, because that just happens to be where the patches are in our real world. So we had to take that into account. Also follow density structures. Copper comes in from both sides from the top, while steel comes in from the right, and plastics as well. So it kind of matters where your resources are for all those things. But for rocket fuel it actually doesn't really matter that much, because it's only oil that is coming in, and oil is just a pipe of oil coming in. You don't need to smelt oil into oil plates like we do with ores. So it does not really matter what is where. So I think we are best off actually going into the editor world, where we have been doing a bunch of design work, mostly for the 1000 signs per minute base. I think, hopefully this doesn't break. Alright, so this is basically a sandbox world. I guess we can switch off the minimap for some less clutter. So here we got things like giant radars, giant substations, infinite power, all that kind of good stuff. I think this is the one where we... This actually is... this actually is advanced oil processing. This may be my blueprint for advanced oil processing from the 1000 signs per minute base. It looks like it is. So maybe we can use that as the basis. Okay, but this assumes that we are making everything into petroleum gas, which is we're absolutely not doing that. We are doing none of this into petroleum gas. We will crack the heavy oil down to light oil though. So I think we're just going to have to make something new again. And this is basic oil processing, just surrounded refineries, while this entire thing was advanced oil processing. A lot more machinery, a lot more flow, a lot more pipes. That is why basic oil is better in general. For now though, I think let's make another save here. We're gonna do advanced oil processing, but then with surrounded by beacons, just to minimize the fluid logistics needed. That's gonna be a little bit cursed, I suppose. I don't even know how many we need in a line. I guess I do know that, because we've got that out here. We need, for each build, 7 oil refineries if we surround them with beacons. So we do that. 16 beacons, right? Yeah, 16 beacons around an oil refinery. Okay, and we need 7 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I guess 7. We need this to be 1 longer. This can go. Now we just need to make this like... I think our design goal is going to be to have like oil and water come in from one side, then refine the oil, then crack the oil, and then make solid fuel and rocket fuel kind of in a linear fashion. so that we can easily just place down 6 copies on top of each other. Although we could do the processing, the oil processing, we could do it like separate. Like 6 pipes just stacked on top of each other like this, and then just pipe out the fluids to where they need to be, because all of the fluids actually don't have high flow rates. Let me check this once more. So yeah, the highest flow we deal with post oil processing is 1000 light oil through a single pipe. And that is only after we join it with heavy oil. Yeah, so this does add up the amount from oil processing and oil cracking. So 1000 units of fluid, the pipe can be 200 units long before throughput drops below 1000. So we can make that. Whereas for oil, the pipeline entrance need to be pretty short to get the 1100 oil in there that we need. Right, so I suppose we will do it separately. So we'll just have to have like 6 copies of this, and then we'll figure something out. This we can delete. We will not be using that. Okay, so then we gotta figure out how to do the outputs, because obviously we cannot do the standard thing of 1, 2, and 3. So one of these will have to go in a sort of a weird way. Got 7 of those things. Alright, so we are going to be doing all petroleum gas is going to be converted into solid fuel. So maybe we can bring that out over here directly and make it into solid fuel up here already. That would be an idea. And then the other two can just connect like this all the time. So that could be an option. There is a way to do it as well. You basically just do this and bring it over to the other side, and then the next one goes then on this level. And this way you can bring all lines through the entire thing. We'll use that if we need to, but if we can get it up here, then that would be prettier. We also need to do 2 things. We need to turn we need only light oil, basically light oil for solid fuel, and we need the solid fuel block. So we cannot use petroleum gas. That has to be solid fuel, and it has to be consumed with priority. And heavy oil is just going to get cracked into light oil, and that's going to be all we need. One moment, please. Alright, so let's check then how much petroleum gas we actually get out of here, and how much heavy oil cracking we need to do to get rid of all the heavy oil in the system. So perhaps we can do a system where we have another line of beacons up here, and the chemical plants, they can be here to make solid fuel from petroleum gas and to crack the heavy oil into light oil. And then we have gotten rid of all the petroleum gas and heavy oil, and it's only light oil and I guess solid fuel what we further need to transport. So that may be a good way to go about it. Solid fuel is oil plates. I guess, yeah. Like oil cubes, I suppose, but oh yeah, that's quite fitting. Right, back to Mr. Calculator. Are we there? We are there. Right. Okay, that's a lot of things. 18. We need 18 of these guys to make all the petroleum gas into solid fuel with a double row of beacons. However, we need only 4. We need only 4 chemical plants to crack heavy oil to light oil. Now let's see how much we can fit in there. Also, how much is this going to make? It's a little bit hard to see. Alright, let's think this through. I think we're gonna get more than a belt of solid fuel from the petroleum gas here. I guess we just have to make a new tab here. We just want... We just want basic oil processing for this one. Just to see how much... what was it, 17? No, we need to make... We have 17.5 plants. 17.5 plants of solid fuel from... Yeah, solid fuel from petroleum gas. That's indeed gonna make more than one belt, which is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. That means we... Yeah, basically we need to bring 2 belts out of every set. Alright, I changed my mind. This is almost under 1. What if... Am I in the right image? I am in the right image. What if instead of doing 6 similar builds... So we started at 135 a second to make 3 belts. What if we divide it by 8? You can even go 140 for some extra security. If we divide this by 8, then all the pipes are also... We need a way less fluids, then we really don't need to think about pipe lengths anymore. Because now we kinda had to pay attention a little bit, but now it appears that we're gonna be good. Like pipe of 300 length pipe for water. Maybe we need to put 1 pump in there because it's very far, but the rest is going to be in the build. That is going to be no problem at all, I don't think. And we get only 3 belts of solid fuel out of there. And I bet it's only going to be 1 belt of solid fuel from petroleum gas. Now we have 13.074 of those, and that means less than a belt of solid fuel. Okay, so maybe we'll just do 8 copies of the same thing. That means we need only 5 refineries. So we had, that is 5 times 8. We had 7 times 6. So we even lose 2 refineries. 40 instead of 42. Alright, we'll go for this option. This looks even better. We can just go with 66 rocket fuel assemblers and base the numbers on that. Just for a little bit of extra overproduction. But these numbers line up nicely. Again, 3 oil crackers, 5 refineries. I guess slightly more than 13 of those. We'll build 14. 14 and 28. That looks perfect, really. Alright, 14 and 28. 13.124 it is then. Alright, let's get back to the game. So we definitely, okay, we can cut off this, so not 6 times 7, but we're just going to do 5 times 8. And then we need these guys to be slightly off center. I'm going to need 14 of those. Actually, I need 13.1. So I can probably get away with putting the 14th not completely in the beaconed area. We do need to have modules in there though. This has a crafting speed of 4.55, this is 3.55. And this is 2.55. So here we lose one crafting speed, here we lose 2 crafting speed, so we lose 3 crafting speed in total. So we are left with so we miss out on 3 crafting speed in total. So we miss out on 2/3 of a solid fuel plant, which means we can place 2 of these out here if we need to. And then we just need to place 14 of them in total. Then that looks like this. Alright. Alright, so how can I be sure that this is enough? So basically all of these have crafting speed 4.55. I need 13.1 assemblers with crafting speed 4.55. So so basically I need the first 11 have crafting speed, oh sorry, the first 12 have crafting speed 4.55. So now we have 2 assemblers which need to have a crafting speed of in total 4.55 plus about 1/8 of 4.55. So as long as these together have a crafting speed of like over 5.5, we should be good. These have a crafting speed of 6 together, 2.55, 3.55. So I'm 100% positive that will work out. That means we will test this obviously in the end, but that means we can start. We can give a little bit more space to oil cracking. Let me check. I'll check myself on oil cracking real quick. 3 oil crackers we need. Yeah, we need only 3 oil cracking facilities. That is not a lot, but all of them need to be affected by all beacons, so we cannot place those at will. We need to be a bit smart about it, because this has only 6 beacons. They need to be offset from the beacons, so we need to do something like this, I suppose. Either that or we just build 4. Alright, a lot of problems with sound apparently. Yeah, there have indeed been issues. Right, at least there have been no more real serious disconnections. What does the dashboard say? Okay, stream quality is good for the last 15 minutes, finally. It has been stable. Alright, so then we need to do some weird stuff. First of all, this is easy to connect, like so. But we also need to connect these things. So all the heavy oil needs to connect. Maybe just maybe we can do some weird stuff. Technically that one can be over there, and we are still good. We can still fit it inside. So I suppose I could bring this one over here, just to make it look nicer. We don't really need to though, so we gotta remember that, but I think we can do it. Anyway, then this pipe can connect over here. All of these directly connect, and this one we connect like so. That means that is all of the petroleum gas dealt with. That goes in here, it goes into here, that comes out as solid fuel. One belt of solid fuel. Alright, that looks okay. All the light oil needs to go further, so I suppose that comes out over there. Now we just need to find a way to bring the heavy oil to the right side. Without interfering with our underground here. So I guess we will be using that weird trick which they don't want you to know about. Oh, just kidding. This is not really a very obscure trick. It is a little bit obscure though. So this can go like so, come out here. And this guy has to come out all the way over here. Like so. And then it can connect to here. So now all of this heavy oil goes to here, goes through here. Comes out over here. Connects to this, and then we can bring it out to the other side. But maybe we can even do that over here instead of over here. That would be nice, because then we can do stuff like this. Okay, that is all the heavy oil connected as well. It's starting to look like some sort of monstrosity, but I suppose it will work. But water, how is water gonna come out? Is there still a space? Yes, there is. There is, but How do we get where we need to be though? We are not gonna get there. We could get there. Yeah, we just need to do something like this. And then water could get out there like so. Alright, that is water. Alright, now for the visual part. Sorry about that, I should have done this from the get-go. We have one pipe with water, one pipe with oil. That is all our resources which are coming in. Here we go. Okay, let's see. This is working, all of these have been working. So now basically what we need to do is actually we want to bring this light oil back as well in the same pipe if we can. And we can. I suppose we could do this to make it look nicer. Oh, I just realized that this guy is not affected by all the beacons it needs to be affected by. That is not great. Oh, that is not great. Oh, that kind of sucks. Well, I could just do this and that would solve the problem, really. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, I do not want to redesign the entire piping, because if I move this to the left, then all this pipeworks no longer works as it's going to be connected in a different place, so we're not going to do it. That is just going to be how it is. 2 beacons there. Nothing to worry about. Alright, yeah. Once you come back, this pipe spaghetti is going to get is going to be 8 times worse. Hopefully I will have all 8 instances done by then. Alright. Let me just make sure I have some access to these things all the time, as well as some pipes and some pumps. We're likely gonna need some pumps. Actually, am I going to make this entire 10,000 signs per minute rocket fuel build pumpless? That would be a major FU to Factorio 2.0 fluid mechanics, if I could get away with making the entire thing pumpless, right? Okay, I have a new design goal. I have a new design goal here. Alright, let's see what we can do. So first of all, we want another infinity pipe to just delete everything. This pipe deletes everything, so this keeps going. This is going to be full. So this is the only solid thing that comes out of this contraption. The rest is just light oil. And then we gotta belt the solid fuel out. It's going to be less than 1 belt because we're going to copy this 8 times instead of 6 times. So we have only 8 belts to deal with instead of 12, which are full to various degrees. If I check real quick into the calculator myself, what are we going to get out of here? 0.86 belts, so it is pretty full but not super full, which means I don't need to worry if I just take 7, output on half a belt, 7, output on the other half. I don't need to worry that something goes wrong, because this one is slightly slower than the rest. We will be fine. So, suppose we're gonna go that way, as water and oil are gonna come in Are they gonna come in from the right? Maybe this entire build is gonna rotate, so it's gonna be vertical, but we'll design it horizontal because our screens are horizontal, so we can see something. Right, so I guess we'll just go fast and further. This thing has a speed of crafting time of 2 seconds with a speed of like 5. So it's like 2.5 items a second. We should be able to do that with regular fast inserters. Yeah, that's going to be good. Alright, so 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we just gotta force that belt to go to the other side. We do that with a fake underground like so. Now all of this is on the inside and we can plot this out on the outside. Alright. And then we're gonna find out that this pipe should be on the bottom anyway, so I can just belt this out straight. That will maybe look nicer. And again, we have a rotation. Over here, so we may as well have one over here. This feels like it should make it, and it does. Alright, there we go. And we just disappear this into nothing. Alright, and then we delete everything. And Control Z it back into place. Maybe I got you there for a moment. Probably not if you're already a long time watcher. But yeah, we just empty all the systems by Control Zing it back into place without anything in there. And now we are having live production. So all the oil refineries are working. The oil cracking is working. The solid fuel production is working, and everything is being made into light oil. And we have a graph now which says how much we are producing of everything. And then we can kind of compare that with once that's going for a minute or so, and we can speed this up a bit. We can do it for 10 minutes quite easy if we just speed it up. That's the function of this lab world. We can speed up time by a massive amount. And before you know it, 10 minutes of simulation are gone. Alright. Unfortunately, we do not have the super precise mouse over of Factorio 2.0, where it just tells you exactly how many pieces got made. So we gotta use the weird rounding quirks. If I remember correctly, this value always rounds. This value always rounds down, whereas this value rounds properly to the nearest 100. So if we check the 1 minute graph, this rounds down, so it's less than 23.99, but this rounds properly, so it's more than 23.50. So somewhere between 23.50 and 23.99 solid fuel per minute. If we look in the calculator and we change it back to per minute, and we need to look not this one, we need to look the one which has only the stuff from from petroleum gas to solid fuel. We should change this one to per minute. Okay, so the minimum value we need is 23.28. We are obviously above that, because we are between 23.50 and 2400. So that is perfect. That is perfect. We have overproduction. Overproduction is good. Slight overproduction is the name of the game. Right, so I would say the first part of the build is good then. Now we just need to go to the second part of the build. The second part of the build consists of the light oil processing into both solid fuel and rocket fuel. We need 28 beaconed solid fuel processors. So if we just make a copy of this one, set it to light oil. Now, how do I do this? Right. I guess we are consuming 630, let's say 633 light oil into solid fuel. Can I do that? I can. So 633, but it has to be a second, right? Wait. Oh, I don't know if I can do this. I think I can. No, I cannot. I don't think I can. Alright, now let's just go off. Let's just subtract then. 0.863 belts are going to be made by solid fuel. 0.863. If we subtract that from the total of 2.6, that's roughly 1.8. So we're gonna have less than 2 belts of solid fuel coming out of light oil, which kind of makes sense, I suppose. So we do the same as we did for... Yeah, we do the same as we did for solid fuel, and just make twice... I set up twice the size. Twice 14. Both of them go in one belt. And I guess it should self-balance. We cannot produce more solid fuel because the belts will back up, so eventually it's going directly in rocket fuel, because we need light oil for that as well, next to the solid fuel. A little bit needs to go to the assembling machines. Yeah, it will self-balance. It's gonna be quite easy. I thought it would be... I thought this was gonna be monstrously difficult, but it turns out it is not too bad. I do also... In the beginning, when I was a novice, I didn't really appreciate the mouse overs of the ratios in Factorio 2.0. But once I got to the new planets, I started to appreciate those very much. So I suppose for new players or novice, they're also gonna appreciate that very much. Yeah, I like using like fake underground belts just to make the base look a lot cleaner. I'm doing it a lot on the spaceship things as well. Literally unwatchable. Alright, let's go back over to the game. This is gonna be easy. So, I was so dreading having to do rocket fuel for the 10k SPM base because of the old fluid mechanics. But as it turns out, it's really not that bad. Okay, I shouldn't do my victory dance just yet. Still, we only have this, still plenty could go wrong. But I'm having a good feeling about this. Famous last words. Alright, if I look at the total water requirements, it is gonna be about 600 water spread out over Yeah, we're done with the water. What am I saying? Solid fuel creation from light oil and rocket fuel in general does not even use any water. So we're done with the water. There's going to be 600 water and full pipeline of oil, which is going to be sourced from nearby. So that's good. Alright, I'm just going to keep this... No, not going to keep this running in the background. Yeah, I think we'll just... I'll just make a save right here. And then we can continue with the second part. And this is where we're gonna have some long setups, I suppose. So first of all, I think we're just gonna build a separate setup which can transform this belt of solid fuel from petroleum gas to rocket fuel. We gotta make sure to consume this first, because this can clog up the system. I guess it will self-balance eventually as well, but that is a kind of a blurry territory, so I'm not really going to rely on that. So okay, here we go. Then okay, I just placed beacons without modules inside, so I just have to copy paste those. Okay, now we find out it would be better if this belt was on the top. We still can do that, but maybe it will just work if we do this. Now we want to make rocket fuel. Okay, rocket fuel though. This may actually be a bigger problem than I think. Because... yeah, I'm going to need to output it as well. Okay, yeah, there is nothing I can do. This needs to go on the top belt, because we're going to need to do belt weaving, I suppose. So the rocket fuel... where is it? Rocket fuel has the pipe connection in the middle, which kinda sucks. The pipe connection has to come from up here as well, apparently. It doesn't actually have to come from up there. It is max distance. I cannot further elongate that. Okay, I'm thinking about a setup which looks like this instead. But that takes more space and is not very tileable. This way everything gets affected by 8 beacons, but we have a lot of empty space in between. I would rather just have a filled line. I could just place these back to back. Man, my mouse button is playing up again. And some of these will be affected by only 3 beacons instead of 4 per side. This one is 4, 4, 4. This is 3 and 3. 4, 4, 4, 4, 3 and 3. So on average we will have 3.666 beacons per assembler. We could use that number to calculate with. The advantage of this is we do not need a separate in and output, because we can just do this. And this works quite nice with outputting and inputting on a single side. We can even do the inputs and the outputs on the same belt here. And just keep the entire bottom side free. That may even make this stupidly compact, actually. As we can do this. I'm getting kind of ahead of myself here though. I first need to make solid fuel blocks from the oil, and that is done in these things. So these things also can do the same thing really. These also can do the same thing. We make fuel blocks from light oil. Sorry, fuel blocks from light oil. And these can just be adjacent. No, we cannot do the same. We can, misspoke. We cannot do the same. No, we can do the same. We only have an output. We don't have an input. We only have an output. So we can do the same. Alright. Okay, let's make these disappear again, then the system will fire up again. And now we get solid fuel blocks out of here as well. These all have 8 assemblers per pop. Per pop, a pop. Alright. I guess we'll figure out power later. We can do this entire thing with small power lines if we need to. If there's no more, there may be no more space to fit in anything. Right. If we do this. Okay, we cannot flip those. Alright, so if we do this, there is not really a way to place power poles in between. Unless there is a way. Of course, there's always a way. It's kind of a horrible way, but it's a way nonetheless. That actually works. Okay, that actually works, so we could do that. First though, we need 14 of these twice. So that's 8, 12, 14. We do need like groups of 7 though. So I probably want to get rid of the first one. Same here. We can just, no, we cannot just flip that into place. Aren't the heavy oil cracking plants affected by too many beacons now? No. This one is, they all need to be affected by 8, and this one, oh yeah, actually, you're right, we don't need these anymore. Because now the beacons continue further out. So yeah, I guess too many. It will just work less % of the time and faster when it works, but I guess it's cleaner to have it be more exact. Alright, so now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we have space to do another one of those underground belt tricks before doing it to the last 7 over here. Man, this is actually turning out to be a quite nice build. Okay, that's belt number 2. That is belt number 2, and it's still a pretty nice linear thing. This fits, right? Yeah, this fits in here. Okay, we're still gonna keep this distance, I suppose. I do not want this to be affected by this, even though it does not really hurt. I could move everything 2 blocks to the... I could move everything 2 blocks over. Maybe I should do that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one is missing. 7, 8, 9. 9, I suppose that's okay. This one is going to be more. 1, 2, 3. Alright, but I need a lot closer to an actual 28 of these than I did 14 of the other ones. So I guess it's okay to slightly overbuild one. And with 1.8 belts, we're not going to be in trouble if we slightly produce too much on one side of the belt or anything like that. So I think we're just going to go with this. Alright. So I'll just copy this separately. And then I'll just flip this part over. We could even let this go back up again to meet this rocket fuel up here. Alright, so I'm not prioritizing anything, but I suppose we will be good. Because, yeah, like I said, the light oil should self-balance. If not enough light oil reaches the actual rocket fuel assemblers, then these will back up, which causes these to consume less light oil. And then the light oil goes here, and that will balance each other out. This should be 28, it is 28. Okay, not bad. Then the question is, yeah, now we need a lot of these. Now we need a lot of these. I think I'm going to use this setup. It's going to be longer in the horizontal sense, but it's going to be quite compact in the vertical sense. And since we have Yeah, since we have 3 separate belts of solid fuel coming out, we also will have 3 belts to make rocket fuel. And we can paste those behind here. Like so. Or perhaps this one can be just the full height. Not really just entirely sure yet how I will do it. That also means we could just cut out a bunch of beacons here and just let it flow. I don't think I'm going to though. We'll probably just make the rocket fuel over here from petroleum gas. We're also going to need a different number of assemblers, I'm pretty sure. So now comes the second part of the puzzle. How many assemblers are needed for each line? So I suppose back to Mr. Calculator thing. Okay, let's close down all of this. Right, so we got almost, but not quite, a 1:2 ratio going on here. So this requires 20 solid fuel per block, but the recipe time is 2 seconds, so they're gonna be making the same amount. Despite this only consuming 10, it makes 1 solid fuel in 2 seconds, regardless of the recipe. So I guess we should divide. It's kind of hard, right? It just comes from solid fuel, but we don't know how many assemblers we need for this specific one and how many for this. So I guess we're going to just add these up. That does seem to be 40. No, not quite. Alright, we'll do it properly. 27.790.790 plus not this one, not this one, this one. 13,124. Alright. So then we divide 13,124 divided by the answer, and I am off by a factor of 1000 here. Right, I did that wrong. Alright. So we need to divide, we need to divide 13.124 divided by answer. This portion, so a little bit less than 1/3, this portion of 66 assemblers, because we needed 66, should be, we still need 22. We still need 22 for the petroleum gas portion. I guess that means we need 23 for the other two. So if we do 27,790 divided by the total, this divided by 1000, then this is the portion, 68%, which is the light oil, which needs to be transformed into rocket fuel. So we multiply this by 66 as well. This is over 24. Over 44, so over 22 assemblers per rocket fuel. So I guess we'll just make 23 on the light oil side and 22 on the petroleum gas side, and that should consume everything reliably. So we make 68 instead of 66, but that is gonna be fine. Why not use a spreadsheet for this? Because I'm only gonna use this once, so normally you can get all the values out out of the calculator. But when it comes to advanced oil processing, specifically for rocket fuel, what is needed for exactly what, maybe actually this visible in this visualizer. I never really bothered to look here. No, it just says 66 in total. But yeah, because we are looking at like multiple belts of solid fuel inflow, we cannot simply combine it all and bring it to 66. We need to know how much is coming off here and how much is coming off here, and how many assemblers we need for each section of this. So yeah, back to the game. Control Alt F, suppose. Yeah, okay. Why you have Chinese tabs in your Google calculator? Because I'm behind a VPN, and apparently this VPN is like based in Hong Kong or whatever. Yeah, it's the Kirk McDonald tool. I think there's a command for it, but it also does the Factorio 2.0 stuff, and it's the space age stuff is in progress. What is this mod? This mod is, I think it's editor extensions. I don't know if it's updated for 2.0. This is Factorio 1.1. Right. So that means we need 22 of these on the top part and 23 on the bottom part. We have more space here, so we may as well just do it up here. We can have the light oil just connected on the bottom. I even could try to pump it up there, but the downside is the old fluid mechanic. It kind of matters in which order you place the pipes. That is the most annoying quirky thing about the old fluid systems is if you build an intersection, then it kind of matters in which order you place the pipes to as in which direction the fluid prefers to flow. And since it's going to be built by bots, I cannot control that. So if I build a pump here to try to prioritize light oil into rocket fuel, it's not guaranteed to work because fluid on this intersection might prefer to flow this way, for instance. So I'm just not gonna bother. Just not gonna bother at all. Okay. That is 22, that is 7. And another 7. Get rid of this. Another 7. And 1. Of course we gotta have a scenic underground pipe at the last one. That should be 23. 22. Yeah, we need 23 on the bottom part. It's kind of... I don't really mind that it's gonna be a longer setup, I suppose. Alright, so wait, my answer to the light oil thing was we need 44.8 assemblers. I could do like 3 laps of 15. 3 times 15 assemblers would also be enough. Then I can use all 3 columns for the remainder. Alright, so looks like we can go here. And then just go back up on this side. And it doesn't really matter which assembler picks empty what thing. We do actually need to belt weave. Yeah, we do need to belt weave. Because the pipe is blocking inserters from the bottom side no matter how we build it. That's why we're going with this setup on the bottom part. Then we have space for one inserter and one ouserter on the same side. We'll still be belt weaving though. We'll still be belt weaving. Alright, let's try some scenic belt weaving. Me and my scenic stuff. Suppose I could get a red belt. I mean, how much rocket fuel is going to flow out of one of these setups? In total, it's going to be 0.38 blue belts combined, so from all of these rocket fuel things. So we can easily output this on a red belt, I suppose. If I do some scenic belt weaving, I normally like to put in like a gap so that you have it sort of a viewing window. And then the blue belt, let's put this on the belt as well. And the blue one, can go like such, also with a viewing window. Then we have inserters. 10 solid fuel, 30-second crafting time. Stack inserters are probably the way to go, but not really caring too much. I think the blue will look better. Alright, so this is the copyable pattern. Guess we'll fill in the power by hand. Okay, looks like I started with the wrong one. Anyway, I was wanting red to come out at the end. So I suppose cut the entire thing. Just move it one assembler further. And then the red one comes out at the end, which is nice. Okay, so if I'm gonna get rid of these things, everything should start flowing again. And rocket fuel should start piling up on this belt. Scenic belt weaving. Only on this channel you'll find scenic belt weaving. Yeah, the scale of 10,000 signs per minute in vanilla 1.1 Factorio is really off the charts. I still remember my journey towards my first 1K SPM base. It was quite large. It took me like 2 or 3 tries to make something that actually produced 1000 signs per minute over a longer period of time. I tried with trains first, but trains are kinda not very transparent in terms of where your bottlenecks are exactly. Alright, we get some rocket fuel out here, and when I eventually got one, that was such a major project that I just simply I couldn't even think about doing 10,000 signs per minute. That would just be way too big to wrap my mind around, and it took me just to mentally get ready to take on such a project in a survival, like a real Factorio playthrough instead of a thing built and designed in the editor. We are designing in the editor, but we are building it in actual Factorio. We're making all the stuff for it, including power, including all the hundreds of thousands of modules which go into the things. So that it's an end with biters, and all of that certainly adds a whole bunch of other problems to a 10,000 signs per minute base. But yeah. And now we're doing it. We're doing it for the second time. At least I'm doing it for the first time on camera, but I have already, like a couple years ago, I built a first version of a 10,000 signs per minute base, in which a ton of things went wrong as well, and I'm taking that knowledge into this series to not mess things up all the time, which is probably it has been going surprisingly well so far. I didn't make any major F-ups just yet. Knock on wood, because this is maybe one of the most difficult builds. So yeah, this is indeed 10,000 signs per minute on 1.1, because the base it's almost done. Relatively speaking, it's almost done. It would be too much of a game breaker to upgrade to 2.0, since a lot of things are different. And I do not want stuff like lab research productivity. I don't know if that exists in the base Factorio now as well, but that should just not really... It doesn't exist here, and the base is not designed around that. We are actually making 10,000 flasks per minute, not 10,000 points of research progress per minute. That's like a key difference in Factorio 2.0 as well. And then you can research productivity, and suddenly your 10,000 flasks, suddenly like 10,000 points of research progress per minute is accomplished by 1 or 2,000 flasks per minute. And even less if you have the biolabs from Space Age, I suppose. So yeah, we started the hard way, we will finish the hard way. Alright. So we are consuming all of the petroleum gas. Petroleum gas pipes are empty, you can see it flash on and off. That means all of the petroleum gas is consumed. The bottleneck should be light oil. Heavy oil is empty as well, so all the heavy oil gets cracked. All the heavy oil gets cracked reliably into light oil, and the light oil pipe should be full, and it is. Let's see if it will remain that way once we hook up the rest of the rocket fuel, because this also still slurps up some light oil. So this not really necessarily means anything. I think we're not producing enough. Since we are limited by how fast we are consuming light oil, and we aren't consuming all the light oil that we will consume, all of the other processes also run a little bit slower. So we cannot really definitively say if it works yet until the entire thing is built. I guess we'll get on that next. Alright, so 45, right? That is 15 times 3. Oh, I'm not really sure how exactly to approach this just yet, I suppose. Light oil is already flowing here. So I suppose we'll have 2 pipes like this in general. Okay, and then we do need to misalign this with the beacons. Ah, wait a second, I am making a mistake here. So if I use this setup, I forgot about that. Some of these are going to be aligned with the beacons, which means they have 2 beacons less. So yeah, the average amount of beacons was not 4, but 3.666. Then we're going to make a quick trip over here. So we calculated we need 44.83 assemblers to make all of the light oil into rocket fuel. I'm gonna just say 45. Where are we here? Not here. Alright, 45. So we need 45 assemblers with, if we use 8 beacons. But we are not using 8 beacons, we're using 4 times 8 and 2 times 6. We can do this in the calculator as well. So 4 assemblers have 8 beacons, and then 2 assemblers have 6 beacons. So we have a total of 6 assemblers affected by a combined 44 beacons. If we divide this by 6, we get an average of 7.3333 beacons per so basically 3.666. I said it wrong, I said only half. It's twice that, 7.33333 beacons per assembler on average. So basically now we just gotta close this and this as well. So 45 assemblers, making 11.55 rocket fuel a second. If I put a value in this, now I can change the beacons and this value will stay the same, so the amount of buildings will go up. 7.333. Now we need 49 buildings to consume everything. Alright. This is a little bit I mean, I could tirelessly puzzle this out, but I could just like build like 2 or 3 too many and everything would be fine, instead of absolutely fine-tuning this to the maximum amount possible. Which is what I think I just might do. Then I could actually build this adjacent to here. Then we have 6 beacon, 8, 8, and then 8, 8, and 6. 6, 8, 8, 8, 8, 6. So that is the pattern. That'll go past both sides. We'll just build one side again. We do need to do belt weaving again. I guess we'll copy the scenic belt weave from up here. Except we cannot do scenic belt weaving here. Yeah, we cannot, because the pipe is in the middle. So we'll do unscenic belt weaving. We're just this in the middle. We'll grab solid fuel like so and output it on the belt like so, and that is just how it's gonna be. Alright, and then we need a total of 49 things, which basically is 25 per side, but I am kind of planning to put a part of it up here. 49 does not divide by 3. 49 does not divide by 3. Okay, we'll see how far we'll get. So this is 2, 4, 6. Just have to copy this piece. It's not going to be a headache, is it, with the power lines? I just can place them here. That does not power these beacons, but these beacons can be powered from above. Still on calc. Thanks, Abhest. That happens a lot. Alright, he even went special to Twitch for that. Thanks a bunch. See, you commented on YouTube as well. So yeah, my screen setup is kind of horrible. My second screen is way too far from my field of view, and I don't see stuff moving there. I have to actually physically remember to look over there every now and then. And once you get caught in a design process like this, it is really annoying. I've been on there quite a while, haven't I? But yeah, the undefended bases thing, it is just the best way to defend early on. It's the best way to defend because biter expansions are not that common, but once you get into the higher evolution, You either have to make world peace by deleting all biters in the void as well, you need to know how to do that, or you will need to build some actual defenses, because near the end game you're gonna get like an expansion every 4 to 6 minutes, 4 to 8 minutes perhaps, whereas in the beginning it's more like once per hour, once per 40 minutes maybe. And there's a lot more space for biters to settle in, and in the end game it's really gonna creep up on your base. So you either gotta make world peace or have some sort of defense in place for the late game at least, or like an active Spidertron patrol which takes out biter expansions. That's valid as well. I did that in the 100%, starting with 100% evolution run for quite a while. Alright, so I'm kind of thinking maybe I actually can make it easier for myself in terms of power. So if I do keep two spaces of space, we kind of have a scenic scenario again, and then we can simply put substations. This would even power the assemblers above here. Although I guess here we are gonna power it with power poles. I think here we're gonna go substations. It gives us the full 8 beacons per assembler. It's a little bit wide, but we have space, we have beacons. Beacons don't take UPS, so at least I don't think they do. Yeah, the new buildings would be nice to have, like legendary quality, legendary beacon, legendary... I could make this entire thing with like... I could probably make this entire thing with one of these builds instead of having to copy this 8 times if I had all the quality stuff in Factorio 1.1. I'm kinda glad I don't though. It sounds horrible to make this amount of legendary stuff for everything. That's the annoying part about quality, I suppose. Okay, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So that'll be 24. Missing a connecting belt in every copy. Okay, that is 24. And that is 24. 24 was not quite enough, if I remember correctly. Yeah, we need that. No, wait. Where is the number? Where's the calculation again? $24 is way too much, isn't it? It was not 24, it was... It was 24 if I had 7.333 beacons. It was 45 in total. So that's twice 23. Alright, I'm gonna try to make this shorter by fitting a couple ones up here. I might. I have spent time trying to design everything else in a nice way, so I may as well do this one as well. So how many could I fit up here? Here I have space to do this again. Just need to get the solid fuel blocks up there, but that's going to be trivial, I suppose. So we have 48 things down here. We need 45. So that's one. We can then get rid of this entire last part. It's too far for the beacon. Alright, we'll figure out the exact power configuration later. It will fit in some way. Alright, so now we have 44 and the 45th is up there. So now every time we delete 4 of these, we gotta make 4 more here again. We do need space for this guy to come out. So that's 4. We can delete 4. That's another 4. And I guess another 4, and then we are kind of full. Now these things are kind of the same length. Oh hey Conkers, thanks for the 8-month subscription. I probably missed some people. Look at all those beacons. This is nothing yet. This is nothing yet. They are a little bit more compact than how I usually do beacons though. I must say I really like the diminishing beacons from Factorio 2.0. The main reason I like them is because if you just place one beacon next to something, it is 3 times as powerful as as a normal beacon. So this has a distribution efficiency of 0.5. The new beacons have a distribution efficiency of 1.5, and then it just diminishes by, if you have 2 beacons, they divide that by some factor. But if you have 1 beacon, that is 3 times as powerful as it currently is, which is really nice on spaceships as well, where space is limited. Alright, so this still should be 45 in total. This is 30, and then I guess this is 15. This is 13. Looks like I messed up. 32, alright. Man, my mouse button, I need to get a new mouse. It's not workable anymore. Yes, 32. Okay, 32 and 13 is enough. Theoretically, that is enough. I'm just gonna plop like... Okay, this is just me being overly careful. I'm gonna plop 1 behind here and 1 behind here. Usually I do not do this, but this build is a little bit harder to test properly compared to my other builds. So I'm just gonna overbuild this slightly. We can change the scenic underground belting back to how it was before. It looks a little bit better as well. Alright, so we got 1 too many of these and we got 1 too many of these. I guess it looks better if I make it 2 too many. Can this go 1 more tile to the right? It can. And then it exactly lines up with this, so that is nice as well. Okay, the eye also wants to have a little bit of a party sometimes. So I'm gonna call this valid. Alright, so then we just got to bring in the rest over here. This has got 16, 15, and 16. Okay, so whatever comes out of here in terms of solid fuel blocks we'll have to combine onto a single belt. And I suppose this is how we'll do that. And then we'll do one of those nice little that can go on both sides of the belt things. And then we suddenly have another belt weave going on, which is the same as this one, except except now the rocket fuel goes out, but the solid fuel comes in from the right and the rocket fuel goes out to, or comes in from the right and the rocket fuel goes out to the right, so they have to get extra cursed in terms of crossing directions. So we're gonna flip these over. Forgot my flip keys. I changed them in Factorio 2.0. Oh wait, you cannot flip belts like this in the base game. You need to rotate them. I forgot about that. Alright, so now this is going to be our copyable section. My mouse button cooperates. Alright, so I don't want to combine this rocket fuel with this one, because this belt of rocket fuel must have priority since it consumes the petroleum gas, which could potentially back up stuff. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure it will, but I'm not gonna take any chances. So we'll convert this into a full belt. That's gonna go out here. Right. This is gonna come out here and out here. As well as this is gonna come out here. Alright, then we have some recombining to do. Alright, so in total, what did I say? Just quickly open this in a new tab again. I closed the wrong tab. That is not great. Right, we have less than half a blue belt of rocket fuel coming out of this is now it's set to cold liquefaction again. I already was thinking something was off. I know you're on the Factorio screen, I just don't want to forget to switch back from the calculator again. I thought this would take only a moment. $135 divided by 8. 66 assemblers per set. Yeah, alright, so we're going to have less than half a belt of rocket fuel coming out of here. If I have less than half a belt of rocket fuel coming out of this entire contraption in total, I should be able to just... I don't need to do this then. Let's mysteriously upgrade this belt to blue. That looks not great. Yeah, that looks not great. All right. It can remain red. Oh, let's make it blue from the bottom here then. All right, that is something. Thank you, mouse button. All right. So, okay, that makes it quite easy. We can basically just prioritize this belt by just side loading this in from the top. And the same for over here. That can be side loaded in from the top. Can make it look less horrible if I do this, I suppose. It stays in the nicely in the confined boundaries. This one doesn't though. That is slightly annoying. I guess so be it. Ah, we can still make it semi-scenic, I suppose. This is too long for a red one. It has to be blue, so I guess we'll make this one blue as well. Alright, that is the thing finished, I think. Alright, so now we are prioritizing this line, and the rest is just side loaded on there. And since we are not even producing half a belt, we're done. We're done basically. Now we just gotta test it. Now we just got to test it, and then we can build it in the real world. It's gonna be slightly more expensive on beacons than it needs to be, because this doesn't really line up properly in the bottom, so we're gonna have more beacons here. So what do I do? Do I first test it, or do I first copy it and then test it? The thing is, I need to do power. We need to do power, so let's get rid of power. We'll build it outside of the range of power. Right? Yeah, that's outside of the range. Alright, then we'll place a separate accumulator here, somewhere where there is power. And now we just need to make sure everything is powered. Annoyingly, these beacons are not powered. So I guess we will simply do this. We also need to put some roboports in, so it's not too bad. And here we'll just do power lines, I suppose. Okay, that lines up nicely. Hopefully we can continue this pattern. Now every time I have a half heart attack that I kept the screen on the calculator again, but this time I didn't. I suppose here we will have to work with small power poles, because this is going to be copied. Ah, come on. Come on, button. Ah, you can do it. I know you can do it. Stay pressed. Alright. Alright, I'm just putting that there just to see where the rest of the power will go. So we are looking at the center line here. We got substations from below here powering the entirety of the yeah, but not yeah, we got this powered. We got this power. I guess we got this powered with the power lines. Alright, that's not really helping this, is it? This is a kind of a horrible beacon setup, but so be it. Some extra beacons won't make the difference anymore. This powers everything. This would power a roboport outside as well. So let's go with this side. Okay, then one down. We can connect power to here. Okay, unfortunately, we cannot exactly power the entirety with substations here. So I suppose we need some of these as well. Which is why I want to do power first before I cannot power these. Oh, that is bad. Alright. Can I fit a substation here? I suppose I could try. Oh, this is not great though. How does the heavy... I can route the light oil around. Yeah. Quality. Where can I find the recording of Reaching the Shattered Planet? It's on Twitch. So YouTube's maximum stream length is 11 hours 55 minutes. That stream went on for like 28 hours or so. So YouTube won't play it back. So for now it's on Twitch. I'll try to eventually get it to YouTube. Maybe cut up in some horrible 15-minute parts. There is an option to export like that. But that is, yeah, that's quite meh. Alright, I kind of puzzled myself into a corner here with my build. Okay, I think it's time then to get rid of the other two sections again, because they clutter up things a bit. Okay, I may just have to rip a hole in here. Okay, there was power coming through the bottom part over here, so we can do this at least. Or if we're gonna do stuff like this, like outputting in corners, then rotational symmetry is gonna be important. Okay, this doesn't work already. This will work. No, it won't. But actually, it does only. We only need to make sure it goes on the inside of the belt somehow. Gosh, I'm overthinking this. I should use the new age player thing. Just use this. Too much OG stuff. This basically forces outputs to go here. This is now no longer a valid output. Why is this stuck? So if we put this here and it's stuck here, it all goes here and this is no longer a valid output. So everything goes to the inside by default. It's quite easy to just plop this guy in here as well then. That does it. I don't need to do the same thing over here. Or do I? I still need one. Maybe I need one over here as well. Alright, so we again will plop down this thing just to connect power. Okay, that is again 1, 2, 1, 2. That is there. Right, so now we got the issue of this thing. Oh. This does not solve it. Oh, and we cannot do this trick on here, I don't think. It would need to be there. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, it is possible. I think it is possible. We just need to connect light oil. Around like so, and then I can on one side do something horrible. This is going to be horrible, but it has to be done. There is no other way. These beacons cannot be powered in any other way. I have to rip this open. Basically disconnect this. So I can move these inserters a bit. Oh god. That sucks. Alright, so now this is not connected, but it doesn't need to be because it connects around like so. And heavy oil should eventually backfill, as we will be producing more than we can. Are we though? Yes, I think we will be producing more than we can consume. That is the hope, at least. Oh, this is going to be an important test, man. Oh, that is horrible. Let's at least manually wire that up. Here, copper cable is still... Okay, that does actually look decent still. Yeah, we don't... That is the easy solution now. If your power pole doesn't reach, just make one with a slightly better quality and that solves the problem. Not so much over here. Okay, we'll get rid of the entire bottom side again. Alright, that was the most crisis-prone part sorted. I suppose the rest should fill in naturally. Like This seems like a pretty natural thing to do. Maybe this even. And it connects as well. Oh, we gotta get some radar in here as well. This is gonna be a fairly large build. Oh, I see the perfect spot for it. If only I could find the dang thing. Plop, there we got a radar. Smack in the middle. Alright. And here we can do both, but I suppose this is already powered, the bottom beacon, so we just do small power poles. Or medium, I suppose. Like so. And the entire thing is powered. Alright. The entire thing is powered. There's maximum distance here. We also need some robots. Not too much space for those. Let's put this in here. Okay, robots so the bots can build it. They go right here. Yeah, that will tile okay. Maybe I need one in the middle. And who didn't think about that? Not all at the same time, but it was me. Of course, it was me. That has become way longer than a robot can build. On the other hand, I can just build this for my personal armor. This is not the biggest build in the world. So do I really need bots to be able to cover everything? This is nicely aligned. This is nicely aligned, so I don't really want to make the gap bigger. Here we have no space whatsoever. I guess we could have a space here if we really wanted to. And this has to go over the top. Does that help? Still too far apart. So it won't. Well, I have to make 8 copies, right? I have to make 8 copies. Do I go through the trouble? A robot could fit here. But not if I directly copy this row of beacons below, so then I have to flip this around. Oh, this is going to be annoying. Let's try. First we'll try to make a blueprint with my broken mouse button. Yep. Nope. Oh, I did it. We just delete everything which is immune to flipping. Then we can flip it. It creates a horrible mess of power lines in the middle. Alright, all these things are immune to flipping, but there's only one in and output, so I can just rotate them instead. Be careful to connect all of them. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, this doesn't quite work. Okay, yeah, this doesn't work. Now it's connecting petroleum gas to the water input of oil cracking. So that is a hard no. And I'm not going to redesign the entire piping just to account for the robots. I think I'll just build this one for my personal armor. Then it doesn't matter where I build it. I can even build it at a nice oil source next to the water and don't care about it. I think that's going to be the way to go. Alright, so we'll save again. Now we're going to test it. Alright, let me read a little bit of chat in the meantime. Yeah, I changed some hotkeys, like my flipping hotkeys were different because now in Factorio 2.0 you can flip a belt by pressing the flip key on a belt, and I cannot do that here. I need to press rotate. But in Space Age you can use the flip key while you hover over a belt to flip it. And the default flip key F was my pipette tool, which I use all the time. So I just have relocated my flips to some different buttons now. So that is the main thing which I'm struggling with at the moment. All things we're gonna run into now. We're gonna test the build. It would be so nice to... that should start it up really, That's just speed. So this belt should empty out now pretty quickly once all the backed up stuff goes away. The other thing is you can get exact production stats in the production area or in the production graphs. So now I cannot do that, so I have to kind of deduce it or make chests where exact amounts get input and whatnot. Alright, so let's check out rocket fuel production. So we started out a bit higher because everything was full. That should taper out pretty quickly. Alright, then the big question is, how much rocket fuel are we expecting to make out of here? And is that more than that or is it under what we are actually wanting to get out of here? Alright, so let's first go to the calculator. What are we expecting? Almost 17 items a second. That is our expectation. The limiting factor in our build... I think the amount of beacons went a bit haywire here. Yeah, these numbers look familiar. I think the limiting factor is gonna be oil cracking, as that is the closest to its integer value, and I don't think we have the extra beacons anymore. Let's set this to per minute, because that is what the graphs are gonna tell us. We want... oh no. We want more than 1016 per minute. I had hoped that this number would be below 1000, so I could actually see the perfect value in the graph. But let's just first look back into Factorio. If the graph shows us a perfect number, which means it's 3 digits, we have failed. Does look like we have failed pretty badly. So we are looking at 890 a minute, where we should have over 1000. So now it's time to start the troubleshooting process. 6.4k light oil. What about the fluids? We are consuming like 44k oil a minute. And we should be consuming 50k oil a minute. Alright. So then first step is, let's put speed back to normal. Why is not all oil being consumed? Looks like something is stuck. Okay, at least it is light oil which is stuck. So maybe I'm just dumb and light oil is not reaching everything. This is pre-space age, yeah. I'll get up and stretch in a minute. We're gonna do a longer test once I figure out what the problem is. Okay, all of these have 12 effect sources, which means all of these have 8 beacons. All of these have 8 beacons. Alright, this is a little bit weird. It looks like heavy oil cracking is fast enough for the moment. This is fast enough for the moment. We are just not consuming the light oil. We should not be hitting pipe flow throughput limits, right? $40,000 light oil a minute. So we would be hitting pipe flow throughput limit if this was like above 60,000. So there's no way we are limited by pipe throughput here. Alright, I said it too early. Shouldn't have said it too early. I haven't had a major problem with any of the designs just yet, and now we're kinda significantly under there. And I do not immediately see the problem here. Throughput limited on the bottom. I think everything can be output consistently. Okay, maybe it's something dumb, like I just didn't insert like modules into something. It would not be the first time that that had happened to me. Or the wrong type of module. Let's make a blueprint. Okay, there's no inferior modules in here. 245 and 490 indicates that all beacons have modules. And then 430 of those, that's 280 in here. $280 and then 135, 415. Okay, everything is properly moduled. That is bad. It would be nice if that was the issue. Bottom light oil for solid fuel not connected. Bottom light oil for solid fuel not connected. Yeah, okay, here is indeed something wrong. Okay, that is a good thing. That is a good thing. No, it's not. It's not a good thing. It's a bad thing. I did this thing, but I already did this thing here as well. So first I ripped open this pipeline. Indeed, you are absolutely right. Absolutely right. Thanks, Haphas. That was a good spot. I first ripped open this pipeline to place the substation here. And then I ripped open this pipeline to place the substation here, claiming that the light oil goes around, and it does, but not beyond here. Because that's where I ripped that open. Okay, there is a little bit of a problem. Cannot do this twice. If we 5 months and back to 10k SPM. The reason why I subbed all the time ago. Hey, thanks BSG. Thanks for the 5 months. Yeah, Space Age, man. Space Age just had to happen. There was only one moment to do a new player experience of Space Age, and that was the moment. From the moment I was allowed to release videos from that. Video material from that, so this had to be put on hold. For that, I prioritized getting Factorio done before Space Age, which I kinda barely managed to do. Alright, so can I do something like Starting to play a little bit here. This could theoretically move there. Don't tell me this is horrible. Okay, it does not work just yet. Might just work in a moment. And it does not solve the problem. Can I output with 8 of these guys on one side? I mean, I could just like general output priority to the left. Then it will get put on the bottom side. If it turns out I cannot do this. But does that even help me? Let's put all of this back. Okay, this now connects, so all of these are unnecessary. That may turn out to do something for us. Okay, that definitely... Okay, that will solve the problem. That will solve the problem. Or will it? This has to be here, this has to be here. Yeah, it will solve the problem. Maybe... God, this is horrible. This is horrible even by my standards. And I don't have many. Okay, then we can even just put this back as it was. On the side. I think we did it. Oh, that is dumb. Alright, we'll just put this back to make it look okay-ish. We'll put it back to solid fuel. We'll properly divide that. Okay, I kind of thought for a pretty good time that it was not really possible, but looks like that hit the spot. Now I no longer have an output inserter on this guy. That is not great. So we're not there yet. But now we are. Alright. Normally I say sufficiently horrible, but this is entirely too horrible of a build. I mean, I did some nice pipe and belt weaving, which was which looked nice as well, but this is not one of those situations. This is one where you puzzled yourself a little bit too hard into a corner, and the only way out was quite horrible. Actually, it does look kind of symmetric around this substation. If I just do this, and this, and this, and this. Now it's at least symmetric, right? Around this substation for a bit. We have bell, belt, pipe, pipe, bell, belt, pipe, pipe, bell, belt, pipe, pipe, bell, belt, pipe, pipe. Alright, it already looks better. It already looks better. Not a lot better, but it does look better. Alright, so then the great question is, do we see this increase? I think we do. But do we see it increase enough? That only time will tell, but time can tell that a bit faster. So let's go to, I don't know, 2000 UPS. And hope that this number surpasses 1000 a minute by a little bit. Middle one has no oil. Oh god. Oh god, oh god. Okay, we'll pretend I didn't see that. Yay, look, we're hitting 1k, but no, not exactly 1k, so that is still not great. Okay, what could be the problem? Maybe one still doesn't have oil. It's an easy fix, just needs normal pipe. Alright, alright, alright. Looks like everybody already saw that, except me. That's the curse of the streamer. You are a little bit outnumbered in terms of pairs of eyes looking for stuff which is broken. Okay, one of these doesn't have it. Okay, this one doesn't have it. Alright, yes. Okay, so no nice scenic underground one there. Okay, that should do it, right? That should do it. That should do it. Alright, let's see if the graph goes up yet again. Okay, we do see the small little bump in here. And we were already dancing around 1k. So we may have just made it good enough. Alright. So we'll save yet again. And we'll do a hard reset here. Come on, button, you can do it. Okay, I'll have to load that because I have no idea what I did now. Alright, I did it. Alright, so what we're now doing is we're starting from a cold start. So nothing is backed up in the system, which is kind of important. Probably just letting it run for a long time is good enough as well. But now we went from 0 to about 1k a minute. Alright. We're consuming 7.4k solid fuel per minute as well. Oh, that is a lot higher than... I think we're good then. Because if we look in the calculator, it says we should be consuming like 7.3k rounded. And we're consuming 7.4k, so that is good. We are expecting more than 1016 rocket fuel a minute. Yeah, I think we're just going to do a 1 minute test because rocket fuel only stacks to... Am I back in the right... Okay, I'm back in the right screen. Rocket fuel only stacks to 10 in Factorio 1.1. Okay, so now we want to basically pause time. Just at a random time, I'll close my eyes and pause. Alright, I did this wrong. I need first put this into a loader. And then into an infinity chest. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Dang it, it's just slightly more than what I need. I'll do a 5-minute test. We'll do a 5-minute test. 5 minutes and I'll just divide it over 8 infinity chests and we'll just tally up the totals. That should work. Alright. So now we'll let this run for a little bit. We need to flick the button to remove everything. Alright. Pause. We switch off the button to remove everything. Now we'll let it run for 5 minutes exactly. 60 ticks in a second, so 3600 ticks in a minute, which means 18,000 ticks in 5 minutes. So we do this, tick custom. Now it will run for 5 minutes straight. Of course we can speed it up. And we are expecting a total of 5 times the value which we have on here. Where is it? Here. So that's basically 5,082. 5,082. That is the amount we are expecting in the chests together. Alright, 5,082 is the magic number. We divide 5,000. 5,082 divided by 8 chests. We should have 636 in every chest. So that is what we're looking for. 635, 636. We'll count them in the end, but that is what we're looking for in every chest. So let's go back here. I forgot the number. 635. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 35. So in this slot, we should have like 5 or 6 rocket fuel in this slot after the end of the 5 minutes. So let's speed up time. So the 5 minutes elapse approximately 15 times faster. And let's see, so that it should stop automatically. 5 or 6 rocket fuel in the slot where the mouse is, and we're good. Okay, we're good. We're good. That is 9. So we're 3 over, 3 over, 3 over. Looks like everything has 3 over. Alright, so I guess I will, before I do anything, just delete my entire inventory, or put it in here at least. Okay, is that fine? I think we're done designing, so we can get rid of our filters here. Okay, so now we can basically tally everything up. Okay, that's 5. That is 1,000 per chest, exactly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, 10, 5,000. 5,112. That's what we have in our chest. 5,112. And we were expecting 5,080. Alright, so we are 32 rocket fuel above expectation over a 5-minute test from a cold start. So I declare this a success. We are ready to make a blueprint. Let's cut off this part. That can go away. Basically what I want to do is I can cut off this. Now we make copies of this. If I can. Okay, we need to get rid of the... we can get rid of the accumulators ourselves later. This should be stackable. Okay, we get rid of the roboports as well. Yeah, I think we can build this ourselves. It's not too big of an issue. Okay, no roboports here. Okay, now we need to copy this 8 times. That was the entire premise of this thing. Let me first save. Yeah, it's time for a new mouse. I was trying to find the same one, but they don't sell it anymore. So that means I have to either do research to find a new mouse which does have the specifications I want on it, or just scour the web a bit more and try to find, like, I don't know, a second-hand one or something. Or maybe they sell it in some corner of the web. Something like that. I have some carpal tunnel issues, which I fortunately didn't have much bother from anymore since almost 2 years now, really. It was really bad 2 years ago. So I do need some sort of a combination of a ergonomic-ish design with which still has all the gaming functions in there. Like I have a couple of hotkeys, like to copy and paste and to open this and whatnot. So I kind of appreciate those things. So I want to keep those around. Alright. I think this is the entirety of our... I cannot zoom out far enough. Or can I? Ah, there we go. Good old Factorio 1.0, 1.1 lets you zoom out as far as you want with commands. but does not let you switch off the key. That's the entirety of the thing. Now we just need to connect 8 oil pipes, 8 water pipes, and that's it. That is all of it. Huh. When I started the stream I was kinda hard pressed to believe that I could do this in a single stream, but looks like that's gonna be easy. That is rocket fuel. $10K rocket fuel with the old fluid mechanics. And this blueprint is going to be utterly useless after we finish this game. So it's really only there for right now. We did do the... Let's keep these a little bit. That was the robot frames, which I pasted in the very beginning of the stream. What mouse am I currently using? I think it's a Logitech G604. Oh, that could be a good thing. I should ask around on Discord or on Patreon or whatnot, just to see if it is still sold in a different country, and I can just yeah, get it from an obscure location for me that way. That might be worth having a look. Alright, I think we're done here. Yeah, I don't need to test this at large, I don't think. There's just 8 copies of the same thing. So, that is it then. We'll save this and we'll load back into the actual save. And I'm going to do the get up and stretch thing, which I promised, but which I didn't do. Let's load up the actual save. I think it's this one. 178 hours. That is less time to make. It's not really. The timer says it's less time to make a 10,000 signs per minute base than it took me to do my first Space Age playthrough, including flying out to the Shattered Planet, but still. But it's not really, because we spent a lot of time in the editor, really. Alright. I'm going to do the get up and stretching thing. Yeah, we're not going to build it with bots, so... I could still let the bots build it, and I could just deconstruct the things. Oh, man, I should have thought of that before. Maybe I can still... Is this the entirety? If I just copy-paste one of these, I will get up and stretch, but I just want the bots to be doing something while I fly, while I'm out there. Alright. So let's find the location. This does look nice. I should have looked at that in the editor. So what is the total size of the build? We've got oil and water right next to each other, and we got a large area to build in, and a lot of local biters to annoy with all the pollution it creates. So that is nice. A nice bonus, I suppose. Yeah, it's barely anything in the grand scheme of things. Alright. Yeah, that looks very nice. Okay, so then here is the trick. There's the bot network. This actually does fit entirely inside here. So I basically will connect the bot network again on this side this time. That's gonna send bots from the base out over there. then I can just build this contraption like 8 times over here, and I can just come pick it up myself after that. It does cost a lot of forest. It will chop down some forest, I suppose, but that is the price we're gonna pay. So this is 1. And 2, I suppose. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, that is not too many trees hurt in the process. I think I can just I want to build it over here, right? So I could leave this be a bit better. Alright, so that is deleted. And then we'll just copy one more set. There's hardly any trees here, maybe none at all even. Some rocks, those rocks can go. That's gonna be 8, alright, so 8 copies. We need 8 copies, and I did not paste 1 row of beacons. So we'll add that. There we go. Alright, the bots should be coming up any time now. Oh, right, they're not, because we're still going through this. Yeah, if you have a lot of things which are needing to be constructed, then... Oh god, that will happen again now. We're gonna go through all of these things before the bots will activate. Oh no, maybe here they come. Yeah, I think they're on the way now. It's a lot of bots though. Should not be connected to here just yet. Alright, there. Now we are connected. I'm going to go over there with my spiders as well. I do want to disconnect the robot network above here. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that should disconnect the robot network here. So all of this is not considered part of the network later on. Meanwhile, I'm just going to try escape out with my spiders without the logistics bots flying in. So I'm going to take sort of a detour to make sure I don't go through the orange area too much. Probably the bots won't be in time. I suppose we'll have a walk over here just to see, just to be sure that we have enough spots to put our 8 pump jacks. Alright, and now we can just watch the entire bot network go wild. Yeah, this is the maximum zoom level, I suppose. Maybe we'll just watch from the map view, switch off this, then we have a little bit more UPS. That's the entirety almost. So the bots going down the network and placing all the stuff there. Once the purple stuff is away, I guess maybe we can just zoom in on some of this, maybe perhaps instead. Kind of showcases the Roboport network and the Roboport highway together with some building. And I will do some stretching a little bit. Looks like the G705 is the replacement. Alright, I'll write that down. Write that down. G705. 210 euros. That is insane. It definitely did not cost 210 euros when I bought it. I mean, to be fair, it's a good mouse. I just I travel a lot around and I don't have a desktop, so it's on my lap all the time. So it has had its fair share of bouncing on the floor and that kind of thing. I'll have a look at that. Yeah, it was indeed, I said G604. About 80 euros in Poland. Yeah, about 80 euros is what I paid for the G604 as well. It's still available here. Kind of similar to the G604, which features. Yeah, I'll have a look. Thanks for looking it up already. Everything is blinking at you now, I see. Machinery has been placed. Let's see if the personal batteries in my non-legendary armor are good enough to get the job done by hand. Alright. Weird streaming setup reinstated. I think I really should hang up some like soft material on the walls here or something to catch some of the reverb. Yeah, there's like 6 buttons on the side, on the left side of the mouse, which contain all the shortcuts, and then I have 2 buttons on the front of the mouse which control stuff like DPI. I have the free scrolling scroll wheel, which I kinda gotten addicted to. I can just really zoom in fast with this thing. Sorry about your eyeballs again. Okay, so we need at least 2000 per spot. This is 5000. 4000. This one was less than 2000. Okay, this one is good for... Let's mark everything over 4K. 5K. 5K. That's not 4K. This is 4K. 5K. 4K. I think we already have like 5K. We already have 8 spots. Okay, I have 8 spots right now. That's all I need. 8 pump jacks. Expected resources 524 a second. Wait, is it enough then? Yeah, it is enough. That does not factor in the yeah, that does not factor in the productivity bonus. That is just the raw expected resources. So we're actually expecting 2000 oil a second from this guy, which may be faster than it can output a second. I'm not really sure about that, but that's okay. That value will go down. But the key reason why I need more than 2000% oil in a single spot is that it will never go down low enough so that we cannot supply a full line of oil anymore. Alright, so that is good. I should have like 8 pump jacks in one of these guys. Yeah, here we go. So, plop. Okay, that was the easy part. Now comes the hard part. The hard part is we're going to have to... I have gotten used to a larger inventory than this, I suppose. My own spider is free though, and I have a lot of garbage which I can probably throw in here. This thing does have a bunch of modules as well. I suppose this goes in the trash. I'm just gonna throw everything in there. Okay, we have the pump jacks, we can put those back. We may just be able to get rid of our entire inventory here. Exactly not. Okay, we're missing a little bit. I think I'm just going to delete 8 beacons. And 3 roboports. Alright, I'll just place those and let the bots take them away. Then I have my entire inventory empty and a spider inventory empty. I'm gonna leave behind the other guys. They can wait there. And I will go to pick up all of these builds really. We're missing some stuff. What are we missing? Probably some infinity pipe. Oh, yeah, electric energy accumulators. Is that in here? Oh, it is. I have no idea which one it is though, so let's not bother. I'll just manually take those out. Alright. Time to walk into range. I have my logistics requests off, that is good. So we'll go here. We'll pick up the bottom one first. Now is the question, can I construct everything with my personal construction bots? I think that the key trick is going to be to keep my construction area from being too large, because the further the bots fly, the more energy they consume to place a single thing. And we only have 10 Mark II batteries in here. It's 1 gigajoule of storage, which is not a lot, especially not compared to space age. Yeah, the spider. I like the vibing of the Spidertrons. You know, they're just having a good time. Bouncing around. Right, now I'll just get rid of those things in my inventory. Oh, forgot I need to engage my bot recaller 10,000. Oh, this may take a bit of time. Let's see. Alright. So just make the base bots be busy with the stupidly large array of belts. With a bit of luck we can call up all the bots in here. It is kind of important that this is empty. That means we need to get all of our bots airborne again. They are coming from here now, so that is good. But it needs to be drawn completely empty, and at some point 11k, yeah, they're being deployed at roughly 200 a second or so. But at some point these guys are going to have placed their belt. And they are just going to get resummoned to place another belt. So I may have to place it either a bit further away from the base. We'll see if we can get all of them out of here. How is the numbers looking? 7.6, 7.5, 7.4, 7. Okay, yeah, still going good. More bots are being caught up. This number needs to go to 0, then all bots will be airborne. And I can disconnect the Roboport network again. Let me just walk over here. I'll just get rid of this one bot in here in the meantime. Right. Bots are departing from all of these ports. Basically, they're like railguns. These are the Factorio railguns of version 1.1. They are shot from the Roboports. And those bots can penetrate anything up to a certain range, after which they'll explode. Alright, and then they're taking up the... Okay, this is a good sign. All bots are airborne. All 18,000 bots are airborne. Okay, so that is done. Okay, now it's 18,001 bots, which is fine. Okay, we can go over here. I guess if we wait over here, we can disconnect the Roboport network right about over here. And then we can give deconstruct orders, and only my personal bots will take in all the stuff, which is kind of the point of this entire exercise. Because everything needs to be constructed by my personal bots so I can build it out here. That is the entire idea. Alright, so all the bots are now below here somewhere, so that's good. Actually, I can enable this now. And we will... Okay, there goes the mouse button thing again. Okay, it's disconnected now, alright. So here, 0 logistics bots, 0 construction bots, and all of the bots are down here. That is how we want it. Then we can let the bots have it again. I changed my mind, bots. Actually, I do not want these 31,000 bells over here. So it would be kind of nice if you could just take them up again. Alright. Okay, now let's see if I can put my money where my mouth is. I get rid of all of this. Okay, I think it's all selected. Okay, my inventory is empty. Let's go. Right, so I'll make a save here. Manually construct 10k SPM rocket fuel. No big deal, I hope. We'll have to see about that though. I did kind of forget I need to power this somehow. I suppose we'll just draw a power line out from the right. We also need to decide how we are going to build it. Let's first take in one of these things, including the extra beacons, because we're going to need those first. Okay, so let's first do it the dumb way. The dumb way is this. I just let the bots fly out as far as they can, without a care in the world. So basically what I want to do is a trees rock only blacklist. So it takes everything except for trees and rocks. Okay, there we go. See how much that drains my battery. I only have 100 construction bots active now. I actually wonder, do I have an armor with more bots? No, but I do have one. Which is full of power, so I could alternatively use this one if my main armor runs out. Alright, 80%. And we only deconstructed half of one of the 8 setups. Okay, so we're gonna have to be a bit more smart about it, I suppose. It's going kind of choppy. Why is it going choppy? We don't have a giant amount of stuff waiting, right? I think everything is not waiting. Okay, actually everything fits in my inventory, so that is nice. I guess I can take up 2 of these at a time then. Alright, so let's now try to do it smarter. We'll just collect everything from close by, so the bots keep close by. I think that's the way to go. Constructing it like this is going to be hard to do. I think I'll have to cut down on the amount of robots I have. Alright, now it's 50%. Somehow this pipe escaped. Okay, now we have 2 inventories full. I suppose we can walk over there. Well, at least on the walk there I can power up again a bit. We have only 4 maybe this will work. Maybe this will work. Why aren't we constructing the same way as the other builds? Because I did not keep enough space for roboports in the middle. And I did not want to rip apart the entire build again because it's kind of different than the other ones because of the way all the pipe things interact with each other. That does not sound at all like me pouring coffee in a cup. It's a metal cup, a thermo. So yeah, that's why I'm doing it manually, because I forgot to put roboports in there. It's also kind of out of the way of the main roboport highway, so I think in terms of time invested, maybe this is even better, because I would have had to build another zigzag out here. And that's the only thing which we're going to build out here. The other smaller parts can be built in the middle again. Okay, now we need to figure out where the entire thing is going to go. I suppose I could use the secondary spiders to illuminate a bit of the area. Right, that thing can go. Right, so where is the thing? The thing is over here. It's not stupidly large, really. So the smart way to do it is probably... This is not, yeah, that's not covered. I can just copy paste here. That's why these 8 spiders are here. So I have a nicely lit up area from spider vision, which does not interact with any power poles or something. So I can just basically place anything over top here. Alright, so this is an entire line, which I would like to have. It's not true. I think it is this one, really. Can I do that in sections? Not really. No, not really. I cannot really do that in sections. Okay, so I have this in my control copy queue. So I can place down the entire thing just to see where it should go. Rocket fuel is gonna come out of the... I was planning to point it upwards, but now I kind of want to point it downwards, because rocket fuel will have to go down eventually. On the other side, it does not really matter. It's going to be 1 belt of rocket fuel in the end. Is it? No, it's going to be 3 belts of rocket fuel. 3 full belts of rocket fuel. But then again, blue chips and low densities are going to come from far. So I guess I may as well point it upwards. And avoid contact with all of the patches. There's a big forest over there. Forest or putting some pumps in. I think it's going to be putting some pumps in. We're going to try to preserve at least a bit of the forest. Alternatively, I could just place it here. But meh, let's just go straight on top of the oil. I mean, who cares about some forests? It's Factorio. This is a bit ziggy-zaggy. Alright, let's say it's built like this. I'm not building it just yet, but let's say it's built like this. It's pretty central in terms of where oil is going to connect. It is clearing the water here without needing any landfill. We are getting rid of this entire forest here, which is a little bit oochie, but I guess it's okay. And now I find out it's upside down because the oil refineries are on the top side. So it's good. We are not building it yet. I need the blueprint. Rotate it twice. Control Z. Oh yeah, that makes more sense perhaps. Okay, we need 16 pipes incoming. So we need to keep a little bit of space between the oil field and the water. Yeah, UPS dropped because of the blueprint on screen. Alright. So now we'll have a whitelist for trees and rocks. I'm also just going to... I'm gonna put this exactly where it was. Over here. And I'll control Z once. And place this back. And now I have only 1 copy in place. Which hopefully helps a bit in terms of... yeah, I'm gonna use the second armor here. Now my battery is already full again. Yeah, I think it's a smart plan. That's a bit slow perhaps. We'll see how it goes. Let's put on this armor. And we'll have like 2 roboports in there. That controls only 50 bots, but keeps the construction area pretty small, which may help. So let's see if we can do this. Alright, so the bots are pretty zippy actually. I'll just try to walk over this as good as I can. Oh, yeah, this is gonna hurt. Alright, I'll wait here until everything is constructed and then I'll walk down again. Okay, the thing is, if I do it with 2 armors, then I have 2 battery banks to empty out. Oh, that's quite slow though. I don't have enough beacons or what? I don't have enough beacons. And not enough power lines. How is that possible? I guess I can just grab everything from here. Alright, that is copy number 1. Alright, copy number 2. Looks correct, correctly pasted, so here we go for the second one. Yeah, this is not going to be such a big issue. At least we are passing some time in the actual game instead of in the designer mode. So on the way out will draw the power line here, so we don't get a massive power consumption spike the moment we attach it, because we are running on 16 gigawatts of nuclear only. And we are using like 14 gigawatts of that. So we don't have that much power space anymore. We can hook up the entire solar field, but I would rather do that at the moment. At the moment when I can. So it looks like now I have beacons left over. I guessed that I suppose. Okay, so it looks like maybe somehow I did not place enough power lines there. So I'll just grab some from this guy. And that should compensate me. Okay, the main issue with my plan here is this giant forest. That's going to be a lot of deconstructing. How much exactly? I'm gonna want empty this entire area from trees. Oh, it's gonna hurt. Alright, I'll switch into my other armor. With more hoboports. So this goes a bit faster. This is gonna drain my armor all by itself though. Zippy zip. Okay, we also probably want to get rid of everything around the palm jacks here. These forests are already like very polluted, man. Look at the state of these trees. They're so far out from my base and they're absolutely demolished. Okay, we are still not quite at risk of pollution running off the edge of the map, so that is good. Hello, grenades. Yeah, I don't have grenades on me. Oh, it's going to be a lot of wood. It's going to be more wood than I can carry, I suppose. Luckily, the Spidertron has a bunch of logistics trash slots as well, so I can store that in there for the most part. So I really wish that I could have like more roboports in here, but customize the construction area size to keep this small, but have more points for the bots to charge at. That would make things a lot better. This is mass deforestation. Okay, I can insert this in my own trash slots. The only problem now is I then do not have any capabilities to store stuff anymore. Well, I guess I should delete this. That will interfere with things a bit. This thing. Okay. So actually, yeah, this is actually the limit. This forest was pretty bad, but this forest was still entirely good, where we just deconstructed. We must be right on the edge of the pollution. That looks like we are. Alright. Inventory is just about full, but there is still some stuff to be deconstructed up here. Alright, that is entirely full. So I do not do the put it in a chest and shoot it kind of thing. We can just use all these spiders' trash slots to store some trash, and that the bots will sort it out in the base eventually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My own trash slots are full as well. This guy has stone. Okay, wait. This guy, wood. 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 Nothing. Wood. Alright, so if I get rid of the wood and the coal, I can then turn the stone into landfill. Throw this in there. Okay, and then I still have 2 inventories worth of stuff. Okay, that is good. This armor is still charging up. So we'll go back to collect 2 more instances. Okay, we are most of the way there. The forest was a major hurdle. The rest should be easy again. Let's get these spiders out of range. I forgot I was supposed to connect power somewhere, somehow. Maybe on this horizontal. Alright, so then we need a bunch of long power lines. Maybe 100, I'm not sure. I do like the new armor, the mechanical armor, which doesn't have this move back and forth effect, so you can basically very accurately zip around your base and click stuff, whereas with the spider that is a little bit harder. Because it kinda bobs back and forth every now and then. Okay. That connects it, and I got the radars in there. At least I got those in there. I think I'll leave the power network like a mess in here. It kinda fits the purpose. Will you be making a space age mega base? Probably. At some point. But at the moment I have enough projects. I did a lot of playing Factorio Space Age, the new player experience, a lot of streaming. Now it's time for editing, for a month or two at least, I suppose. Right, that is connected. I suppose we are ready to take down 2 more of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, this battery is full. Okay, both of them are full. Now we want to blacklist trees and rocks again. Alright, so if I do the constructing with like 2 roboports, I can do the deconstructing with a lot more. Okay, let's go. And that should make it a lot easier to grab all of this stuff in my inventory. If my mouse cooperates, which it doesn't. I'll stop no, I won't. I won't stop complaining about my mouse. I just cannot help it. It still works nice, except just keeping the click button down does not work. Alright, so I'll move all of that to the spider again. Alright, gotta go adulting now. Yeah, that sucks. Sometimes you need to do it. Cheers, and see you next time. If you're still here. We're basically done with the design phase now. Now we're just building it. Which is, everything is a challenge in 10,000 signs a minute. In one way or another. Alright, that should be the next 2. I do not easily shoot stuff in chests or burn stuff down. I've got my entire millions of wood which came from the solar field are in my base. In chests, and we're actually getting rid of it. It's only 500,000 wood now. I have no idea which one is which now. But you can see it in the mouse over on the right, it's 518,000, and I'm actually burning it in my OG starter base. Prioritizing it over coal, so I can get rid of it. It has already saved me a lot of coal. Entirely unnecessary, but yeah. Alright, those of you just seeing this for the first time, Factorio spawns with a random amount of fish in your starter lake, and if you get like extremely lucky you can get a good haul, and you end up with 100,000 fish in your starter lake. That is definitely how it happened. Don't ask questions, please. Alright, so I gotta change into my other armor now, the one with the limited range. Should have made those a little bit easier to tile. I think we'll go 1 wide. There's not really a way to do this scenically much better. Should have been a horizontal build. Yeah, very lucky spawn, yeah. Sometimes you are lucky in life. Most of the times that is at the moment where it doesn't really matter that you are lucky. And the moments that it does matter, you are left in the cold. Like in Factorio, you know? If you have a lucky, very lucky roll, what do you get? A lake full of fish. Still gotta bring one specific, how's it called? Exemplary? No, that's not the right word. One specific specimen. Still gotta bring one specific specimen over to a kilo. Because believe it or not, Factorian fish are immensely versatile when it comes to living conditions. I'm not even sure if that's a bug or not, but yeah, fish can swim on a kilo in the Ammonian oceans. Apparently at 100 something degree below 0 Celsius. I kinda... Basically everything that that interacts with fluids and Factorio is extremely sturdy, whether it be the fish or the fluid pumps, which can not only pump 1200 water a second, they have no problem pumping 1200 heavy oil a second from a heavy oil ocean so dense you can drive a tank on it. And they also have no problem just pumping up 1200 lava a second without melting themselves, all from a simple, what used to be a simple offshore water pump. Right, we got half of this thing done. That is something. Okay, I think we're gonna make it in terms of battery. We'll switch over to the many robot armor again. So we can charge that up. Space exploration pumps can pump antimatter and 10,000 degree steam. Alright, maybe space exploration still beats another Factorio then in the terms of how legendary even normal quality pumps are. Yeah, look at that clicking speed, man. I feel like a speedrunner with this broken mouse clicking speed. I think I should start playing some game again, like, I don't know, Cookie Clicker or something. I would click so many times per second now with my broken mouse button. They would immediately think I was cheating. Now, is it cheating when you have a broken mouse? Which happens to click really fast if you hold the button, because it does not quite register that you are holding it. I don't know, that's kind of a grey area, I suppose. I don't really want to do it here because I'll click my... This actually pretty much fits exactly. Alright, I'll just hold down click. Okay, that one was good. Okay, now I want it to happen and it doesn't happen. Okay, click fixed. Okay, so moral of the story, you just gotta do something where you want the mouse to be broken and then it is suddenly not broken anymore. That's exactly how it used to go when I worked in service repair. Customers would call with broken machinery, you would go there and it would work perfectly. And then the problem is, of course, the customer doesn't call for no reason most of the time, not all of the time. So you gotta find the flaw anyway in a perfectly working machine, which is a lot harder than finding a flaw in a machine that is actually showing that it's broken. And of course then you got the 1 in, I don't know, 1 in 8, 1 in 10 chance that it was actually a customer who called with a machine that is actually perfectly functional. And somehow you gotta figure out when that is as well, so yeah. But this is basically this. I call to Factorio that my mouse button is broken and I try to demonstrate it and it works perfectly fine. Well, good luck with that. How many bots are in the network? Kinda depends. I got 18,000 construction bots in my network. That's mostly to do the large construction projects. I think like 5,000 logistics or something. Looks like 10,000. I don't really need that many bots since I'm not relying on them. The solar field did have a lot though. I think 24,000 bots are in here. So I could construct 4 giant blueprints at once. Let's just go over where it is. It's over here somewhere, I suppose. No. Looks like I don't really have it anymore. Ah yeah, just over here. This is one. This is one blueprint. The green square. Wait, let's put it here. The green square over here is one blueprint of the solar field. It has 6,000 items in it. So I could place 4 of those at the same time with 24,000 bots. And you can kind of see that this is quite a large area. So the more I talk and flail my blueprint book around, the more this battery charges again between cycles. Let's go to the low Roboport armor again, because we need to paste. Okay, 2 more. Again, I wish I did this a bit better. Okay, that is 1. I could try doing just 2 at a time. That's not really gonna work. Yeah, it's not gonna work because one inventory, one side, the spider has one side, so I got to do it manually. That's how auto repair works as well. No electrical problem ever happens when the techs are looking at. I have to say that happens to me a lot too, though, when something is broken and then I finally ask maybe my brother. My brother is good with electrics. Ask my brother to have a look, and then it works. And then after that, it's like he has magic hands. He just looks at it, it's working. It turns out it's not broken at all. He doesn't do anything, and it just works again. He literally. Okay, it's not always like this, but sometimes it just suddenly starts working again. It's almost annoying. Alright, copy 6 of 8. Give me all your stuff. The offshore pump is made of 100% iron. I wonder how it does all the things. I mean, in the Factorio universe. Yeah, I was gonna say iron has a really high melting point, but you can craft it in like... You can just basically stack a couple of bricks together, call it a stone furnace, throw some wood inside, and the iron will melt into plates. So that cannot be it. There has to be some other sort of weird reinforcing going on. Alright, 2 more copies and then this entire thing is built. And I have a guy with radars as well. I can radar up at least the traverse. I'm not sure if I do actually. I think I'm supposed to carry those myself, but I do have these, and these, so I can make some. Yeah, let's make all of them. Why do I have one belt? I guess one belt must have not gotten placed. That is kind of a problem. That is kind of a problem, because I don't have the blinking overlay from the Roboport telling me something is wrong. I guess I'll just walk over the entire thing with my super large Roboport network in the end, and we can see. Okay, now I suddenly do need the minimap again for the radar overlay. Alright, good night, Obsolete. It's not gonna be a lot of stream anymore. Just building it, and then suppose we connect the oil and the water pipes. And then rocket fuel will start flowing, because oil and water is all we need. Okay, I need to switch to the big armor again. Last two. This is not Space Age now, this is still Classic. It's even Classic, more Classic than Classic. It's not even Factorio 2.0 without Space Age, it's Factorio 1.1. Because this base was almost finished. We're almost finished with the entire 10,000 signs per minute build. In terms of overall, it's probably still going to be like 6 streams or so before it's actually up and running all. But in general, these are the last bits, and it would just be too difficult to iron out all the kinks, I feel. This base is just so out of the ordinary gigantic that I think it's just better to finish it in 1.1. Things like, I mean, the satellite no longer exists, which actually would be nice. Not looking forward to doing solar panels and accumulators for the 3rd time this playthrough, but oh well. But satellites don't exist, rocket control units have been replaced with just simple blue chips, and the fluid mechanics are completely different, which will break everything. And I don't know exactly all the places where I need to look, so it will literally... I won't be able to find... I tested everything. Everything that is built has been tested. And I'm going to lose all of the testing progress. I won't know for sure if everything works the way I want it to. Until it's too late, basically. So we're just finishing this in 1.1. The hard way. No quality of life. No cheaper rockets. No nothing. Just the hard way. No easy fluid mechanics. But the old fluid mechanics does have some advantages as well. Right, it's almost, it fits entirely in a single screen, which is kind of nice. I suppose we'll go all out. We'll insert everything in the backup armor. Hope that does not drain the battery all by itself. It kinda does. Okay, but that maybe was not the best idea. And we'll just try to get everything... this is gonna... I'm just gonna try to get everything built. Oh god, if I change armor mid... no, this is not gonna work. Okay, I'll try it, but that's probably a bad idea. Last two. Alright. So first we'll paste both of them. And then we'll just hope for the best. I'll just every now and then just control click the entire spider inventory to me. We should have a massive construction area. There we go. My entire inventory is already empty. And my battery is poofed as well. Yeah, this was not great. This was not the greatest plan. Alright, what about... Okay, everything is empty. Alright, so what happens if I click some of those out of there? The bots are gonna stay. Alright, and what if I change the armor outright to this one? That should... Let's see what happens. Switch. Okay, I suddenly have battery power again. Grab the rest. Okay, everything got charged. Zip, zip. Yeah, I might just get away with this. Spent 2 entire Mark II power armor battery banks building this last section. We're not done yet though. These have an internal charge as well. Yeah, looks like we did it. Okay, now I gotta restore my armors. One of these had... This is my main armor. Let's get that out of there. And then this is the backup armor. We do not want this to charge. Just a single roboport and some legs. Okay, we are storing energy in here as well. Let's wear this armor so this roboport charges up as well. 3.5 megawatts, so it can absorb more than the entire 4 fusion reactors full of power. Okay, this is starting to go up again as well. I guess I'll just wear this armor for a little bit. But that is the entire rocket fuel setup built. Now it's just a matter of connecting everything. Let's have another quick look at the calculator. So this is the home tab. This is the one we want. We have 8 copies of this to build the statistics. If we set it to per second, it should make more sense. 800 oil a second. So oil pipes can be 250 tiles long without needing pumps. I cannot believe I'm doing the entirety of rocket fuel for 10,000 signs per minute without using a single electric pump anywhere in the middle of any pipeline. That has got to be a new thing. That is awesome. That is a big FU to Factorio 2.0's new fluid mechanics, even though I'm not necessarily opposed to those anymore. Okay, now we need a lot of pipes. So let's see if some of these guys got some. And this is my own pipes. I guess I could take those as well. But we are not using any of these pumps, which is nice. It's kind of funny. Okay, we need all of this. Let's see how far that gets us. Now it's just a matter of manual connecting. And then powering the pumps should do it all. So how do I want this to look? I kind of want to just get out in my power armor. have a little bit of zippy power. Alright, so we got water coming out to maximum here and oil coming out to maximum here. We're gonna have 8 water pumps somehow and 8 oil. Oil is gonna like wafer out left and right. Water is gonna come in all from the right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 could be water. If we bring in the closest one first. Yeah, we can then bridge the gap with the oil pipes. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that still connecting? No. Screen again? Are you kidding me? Maybe this time I just get one of those triple folding screens in front of my face or something. It doesn't. I'm still in the mindset that extra screens are just rigid monitors, but there are a ton of better solutions these days. So yeah. Yeah, it looks symmetric. I don't think I'm gonna have enough pipes to do all of this. I guess from here on out we can just do maximum length pipes. Right, at least we can get this done. Can I even make water? I spent all my iron on radars, didn't I? Oh god. Spent all my iron on radars. 10 radars and I needed 3. Yeah, still have some. 8 offshore pumps. I was enjoying the calculator anyway. Gonna watch the 10-hour video about Factorio, 1000 days. Yeah, one of them is 1000 days. There's also now a 12-hour video, which is Warptorio. That's also completely edited. And then there's a 28-hour video on Twitch, which is just the journey to the Shattered Planet, which for some reason people were watching like crazy. Right, and then Okay, this manual connecting is always a little bit iffy. Finicky, not iffy, finicky. Okay, 2 more, and there's 2 more pumps on this side. Alright, that's water. I guess as soon as oil gets in there, we are set. I was looking on the top side, just it comes out over there. I cannot rotate this now, that is true. I suppose I should just deconstruct the top part. Yeah, now you're clicking like no tomorrow, Mr. Mouse. Alright, so that won't get rocket fuel on there, and I'll deconstruct that. I still need to walk over there with my giant roboport field, which I no longer have. I guess this will have to do. We'll just cover the entirety of it. And if anything is not in stock, I should get a message down here. Alright, okay, 3 infinity accumulators. Okay, that is good. At least it works. Okay, now we can get rid of it easily. We just put ghost entity in there. And they're gone, alright. Alright, so that's all the water then. I kind of feel I should have hooked up the oil field first and then let this go unpowered for a bit. Or this might break the barrier if this all starts up at once. I guess we will. I don't know. We'll see. Let's first see if I have enough pipes to connect everything. I'm pretty sure I don't. I can just send my spider over. That's what it's here for. Bring me some pipes. That's probably gonna be enough. The spider can go off all the way down to the base. I guess we can walk in from here. Alright, and once the spider is there, we can call it back again. In the meantime, I can at least design everything. We'll see. Yeah, I guess this should be here. And here. And here. And here. Right? Yeah. And maybe that can just come out straight. Everywhere. Is the massive square to the east solar? Yeah, that's all solar. Like almost 2 million panels. Could bring the oil around. Yeah, the mouse button is not liking putting the pipes everywhere. Alright, I guess the spider should have arrived. Does it have the goodies? It does have the goodies, so it's time to come back before I actually run out. We can probably walk straight, no problem. Okay, so that's good. We do not have to worry about pipe lengths. Because of the way how we divided the this into 8 parts, which is all less than like 600 oil a minute or something crazy. It was like, we don't need to care at all about pipe length. As long as it's under 300 per line, we should be good, and it's definitely not 300 pipes. Here we actually count the pipes you see, the undergrounds don't count. Don't curve the belts, just put the landfill island behind the shore pumps for another set of... the pipes, I guess you mean. No. I don't really like altering my shorelines in general. In general, I try to not do that. It would be nice if they could just be like adjacent though. I kind of agree on that part. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm missing one. Alright, so that's one side. How's the spider? Spider is back. Give me all your pipes. I may have had enough. Can get rid of the stone and coal. That goes into the trash slots automatically. Alright, I cannot really copy this like one-on-one. We have to do this manually. Oh, I kinda messed it up. Yeah, no, this is not great. Should have been one tile apart. I'm gonna try to remedy that. Please, mouse button. Not now. No, that is not gonna work either. It is gonna work. Not now, mouse button. Please hold, please hold, please hold. Okay, all connects. Where is this gonna go up though? Looks like this is gonna go up like roughly over here maybe. Okay, that's all of that. Okay, one. I think I'll just skip this one. So we're gonna have 4 of these turns anyway. Man, the hooking up the pipes doesn't matter if it's Factorio 1.1 or 2.0. It is just annoying. Right, I officially would not have had enough pipes. I picked up 500 and I have 498 left. So very good that I sent the spider back. I guess I could have made 2 pipes. Am I done though? I think I am done actually. Interesting. Then it is almost time to switch it on. Let me get my inventory. I think it was in one of these spiders, not this one. So there's the rest of it. I think it was this guy. He holds all my stuff. Okay, not these, not these. Okay, looks like I have to manually click. In that case, it's alright. Substation. I'm out of substations. Can I make substation? Can make substation. Does everything fit in one substation? That would be cool. It does. One single substation for the entire oil field. We do need some speed modules in there. Eventually. Not for the start, but for a time very far in the future. We do need those. Okay, that means as soon as I connect this, I probably need another radar here as well. Let's put a radar in there for fun. Looks like, yeah, we have the pumps and field of view already. It looks like as soon as I... It's a little bit janky, but it is all connected. As soon as I connect this here, we are going to be switching on everything. So like so. Alright, then this is the moment. Switch on rocket fuel. Man, that went very well. That went extremely well. That went way more well than it has had any right to go. No, I don't have all my blueprints in here. Actually, I don't have any blueprints in here. Yeah, I have this blueprint in here, but that's about it. I do have a couple deconstruction planners in here, though. Oh, yeah. But my main books are just in the library. And the link to the books in the library as well. Alright, here we go. It is probably gonna demolish my power. So that's one of the reasons why I saved. Kablamo! Rocket fuel. Power. 15 gigs. If that's gonna be 16, we're in trouble. Or at least then stuff is not working as hard as it should. Yeah, we're gonna get there. Alright, so that is bad. I do not want that to happen, so I will reload. I do not want that to happen because that means my module production slows down, which means the perfect graph of blah 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 module production is gonna dimple, and it has been such a nice graph for all this time. You can already see it's going down. The 1 hour line 30, now it's sinking because power issues. While it has been there basically all the time. So I do not want that to happen. I will not accept this diminishing return. So I guess this is the moment. This is the other D moment. We are officially not going to be running on nuclear fuel anymore. If this game decides to load more time. I want to see you parking at the Shattered Planet again. That was a cool moment though. That was a really cool moment. The arrival at the Shattered Planet. My expectations... I didn't have any real expectations, but I did not expect it to be as metal as it was going to be. That's all I want to say about it. On this stream, I don't want to spoil it. It was a very metal ending. Very fitting ending to the journey. Which teaches a bunch of important life lessons. Let's hold it at that. Alright, construction bot. Lone construction bot in your lone roboport, which I put down here like 100 hours ago, including this chest with one wooden power pole. One wooden power pole with a very specific purpose. It has to connect this 16 gigawatts network with this 106 gigawatt network through a single copper wire on a wooden power pole. What could possibly go wrong? Here we go. Connected. Nothing explodes, so I guess we're good. Alright, now we have a little bit of a larger buffer. We're using more power than before because there's just a ton of roboports in this area here. So those all have idle power draw, and there's also a ton of radars in there as well. So if we look at the power network now, that is like 3000 radars. Suddenly we have 16,000 roboports instead of, what was it again? Oh no, that is not working. I guess let's do this then. Oh, that actually caused a lag spike, disconnecting the power networks. So before we had like 6,000 roboports. There's also a lot of roboports. It's the roboport highway, I suppose. That's a lot of roboports, but it's like 600 radars. And yeah, no solar panels whatsoever. It's just nuclear. But if I press Ctrl Z, suddenly solar power takes over. And now we have 3,000 radars, 16,000 solar roboports, etc, etc. Alright, finally this giant, super giant field. Look at the size of my base. This is a 10,000 signs per minute base for basically yellow, purple and rocket parts. This is 10,000 signs per minute for red, green and blue. This is an entire 1,000 signs per minute base, and this is the solar field. It's just crazy how big, how much space you need for solar power. To compare, this is the size of the future nuclear plant, which is the exact, which will have the exact same power output as the entire solar field right here. That just fits on the water right here, next to my base. Still pretty big, but nowhere near as big as this monstrosity over here. Let's switch off this. We can actually have some FPS. That would be nice. Alright. So, let's try it again. This is the moment. It is night. I guess it's good for oil. It glows a bit. And for a very brief time, I don't think we're actually going to be producing 10k SPM rocket fuel all at once, because the belts are going to back up pretty quickly. Let's just watch this all glow up in the night. I guess it's only the refineries which are glowing up. Yeah, pretty much instantaneous transportation of fluids through the pipes. Not really as instantaneous as Factorio 2.0, but like 60 pipes transfer rate per second is still pretty good. Alright, now we're just waiting for the solid fuel to come in. That should fire up all of these things. And the good thing now is it's going to back up. It's going to back up because, well, we're not bringing the rocket fuel anywhere. So here we are going to be starting from a backed up state, which is better than starting from a cold start in terms of reaching maximum production. We did make sure it's reliable because we did do the cold start in editor mode when we designed it. So we do know it can reach maximum production from a cold start without anything in the pipes or on the belts. So we can be surely sure that we'll keep going at the production rates we want to go, even though we start from a backed up state, which is a little bit less secure if you haven't tested your build. Alright, I can walk through this entirely like so, that is nice. Okay, there you have it. 10,000 signs per minute rocket fuel. Power spike, 18.3 gigawatts. That's gonna diminish soon again, as soon as all these things calm down. And then we just hope that it will keep working. This is the weirdest beacon setup I've ever built. But this looks very dumb. But oh well, that's a pretty nice looking rocket fuel build, if I say so myself. I'm pretty content with how that turned out. It's nicely tileable as well. You can just keep putting more copies there, and since you don't really need to worry about fluid throughput because the fluid requirements are so low, which is kinda surprising for 10,000 signs per minute rocket fuel, but yeah, just divide it up into enough chunks, make it a nice slim design which you can just put into a line, and I could expand this to 100,000 signs per minute by just keep building copies next to it, I suppose. Not really fit here. Maybe 40,000 signs per minute would fit, but yeah, we need to put it next to other oil fields as well then, I suppose. Let's not go overboard with our estimations here. That should sting the place up around this area quite nicely, and indeed it does. The local biters will be happy. The local island biters, they still cannot fly. Even in Factorio 2.0, I had so much I was like 90% sure that there was going to be flying biters in Factorio 2.0. But they are not. There are no flying biters, as far as I know. With Factorio 2 reduced the stack size of speakers, that is a weirdly specific thing to notice. How many stacks of speakers do you normally carry around? Yeah, why were those diminished though? That doesn't make any sense. I cannot see the stack size in here. I don't have a Factoriopedia to look it up. I can still find it out though. I can still find out what the stack size is. Request a stack of speakers. And it will automatically default to one stack size. So yeah, 50. Is it less now? WTF is the huge block. If you mean this huge block, it's solar power. This is how much solar power we need to power a 10,000 signs per minute base, which is absolutely ludicrous. This giant block is nuclear power. This not so giant block is rocket fuel. And the rest is not really blocky, so I hope I answered your question. Stack size is 10, huh? Why the heck was that nerfed though? That seems like a weird thing to nerf. Yeah, that seems really weird. Yeah, no, well, nice. I'm happy with this. Right, so now we go back to the base. We've got a lot of garbage on ourselves. I guess my logistic trash slots are still full of wood. Throw that in the spider again. And throw the pipes in there, except like a stack or something. Yeah, we'll just go back to the base and sort out the spider's inventories, the spider's trash slots, etc, etc, etc. We have way too much stuff to... yeah, we have way too much stuff on our hands, really. Let's look if there is rocket fuel on every last belt here. I can't even see where this through the pollution. It's the only area which does not have... Roboport coverage. It's all looking good. See all the belts are nicely full. Right, so everything has calmed down again. We're back to 16 gigawatts of power. That means, well, the meme factor is a little bit gone, but unfortunately this construction bot, which is very close by, does not take down this power line. Instead, one of these is called up, which is like literal 100 times further away. So I guess we'll take down this one instead. We can disconnect it again. Again, some lag spike. Okay, we're back to 14.5 gigawatts of power, and as long as we're not producing, that's gonna be good. No, I'll control Z that. Because as soon as I switch on something else in the base, I'm going to have the same problem again. Let's just keep it connected. Right, that doesn't mean we're not going to be burning nuclear fuel. We have been burning nuclear fuel in 500 useless reactors for the better part of the game now. Even though we're only using 100, just to simulate the end game fuel consumption needs. And I think we are still massively outproducing fuel cells compared to... So yeah, we are producing 168 a minute and consuming 157 a minute. So we are producing enough to power the entire 10,000 science per minute base of nuclear power as well. I have this here, and I have also produced everything needed to build those nuclear power plants. Because I was gonna make a... I'm still gonna do it. We're gonna make a comparison at the end. Just to how... It's gonna be outdated already, but just to see what the influence of nuclear power versus solar power really is. So test 1 is just gonna be solar power. I'll delete this area. Check UPS. And then in a different save, I'll put down this. And I'll just physically delete this entire part of the map. Well, not the part which is polluted, I suppose, but we'll at least delete all the solar panels and the entire network used to build it. The problem is if I delete the chunks, if I physically delete these chunks, they will regenerate again because pollution spreads into them, and the biters will respawn if you delete the chunks. So yeah, that was the intention. It's going to be different now because nuclear is more UPS friendly in Factorio 2.0 because half of the calculations are gone, the fluid mechanics are gone, so water and steam is kinda gone. Heat pipes are their own thing, that still requires a lot of calculation. I have no more business here. Let's connect the back end of the train and we'll head out to the base in our spider train over here. Let's see how fast we can still run the game. Still about 90 UPS. With most of the 10k SPM base built, but idle. and the 1K SPM is working at half capacity. The circuit section is working to produce modules, but the rest of the science section is switched off. So yeah, not so bad. 1.5 times game speed we can still run it. I gotta get off this orange field here, or the logistics bots will go crazy trying to supply me. We'll just use this thing instead. This is not my network, so I should be able to run through that. We'll stay out of the line of fire and then just come in here to do the resupplying. Hey, thanks Fentonizer for the 9-month subscription as well. Right, we're playing the 10,000 signs per minute base, and we just have completed one of the 5 things that is on the list. So I guess let's do a feel-good moment. We have earned ourselves a check mark for the rocket fuel. It's actually already running. Since we're just walking anyway. Basically, we chopped it up into 8 parts. 8 parts was low enough so that we could have a comfortable 1 belt of solid fuel output for petroleum gas and 2 belts of solid fuel output for light oil, instead of having like 1.1 and 1.2, 1.2. Kinda hard to deal with. So we kept it under 3. That also means the fluid mechanics kinda work out in our favor here. None of these pipes needs to transfer a large amount of fluid, and we've actually built the entire thing without using a single without using a single electric pump. So this entire 10,000 signs per minute worth of rocket fuel without using a single pump. I'm kind of proud of that achievement. And it all comes out here in the end. And we are prioritizing the petroleum gas produced rocket fuel and side loading the light oil produced rocket fuel onto the belt, because petroleum gas potentially could clog up, which kind of could cause some sort of oscillating on-off effect, which we want to prevent. Not sure that will happen, but I could imagine that being a thing. Alright, we are here again. The bots are picking empty all the stuff. They are full of wood, apparently. Let me switch on my own personal logistics again, and actually no, I'll just delete everything from my inventory. This is my way to do it. Yeah, we didn't use any of these pumps. None of them were used. Okay, this goes, this goes, this goes, this goes. Everything goes. This we no longer need. And then I'll just re-switch on this, and I'll have a nice clean inventory to start the next stream with. Because I think we are about to come to an end. All of these spiders should be good again as well. All their requests fully filled in and their trash slots emptied out. Right, that was a pretty successful build. Actually, we are almost out of storage space for these things again. So I guess we will let the bots add 2 more copies again. I did not expect to run out of these. Okay, that may not even fit. There's now a nuclear fuel supply chest there. Could be on the other side, I suppose. Maybe 1 is enough. Come on, mouse button, you can do it. Yeah, there's a bunch of those changes as well. Solid fuel is twice as fast to produce, etc, etc. There's a bunch of changes with stack sizes, which breaks a lot of chest limited stuff which I have around. Recipes are different, mostly in the end game, but still. Then my ratios are off, etc, etc, because I produce too much this, not enough that. Like rocket control units being eliminated from the game means, alright, so here now we do need to produce speed modules, but we can make the rocket control units themselves with productivity modules, so we need less blue chips to make 720 rocket control units than we would need if we just insert the blue chips into the rocket silo directly, we would need 720 blue chips directly. Whereas we only need like, I don't know, 500 blue chips to make 700 rocket control units. So all of those things would be off these perfectly calculated, nicely calibrated builds which produce like exactly a little bit more than the quantity we want, etc. It is nicely set up to be distributed to all the 3 different sources. This would be a nightmare to redo in 2.0. That's why we're just finishing it in 1.1 where it started. Alright, that is rocket fuel done. That was the biggest single build we still needed to do. The hardest puzzle I thought it was going to be the hardest puzzle as well, but it was not so bad after all. If we look, yeah, I've been streaming for 5.5 hours, and not only did I design the entire thing, I also built it, which was not true for robot frames. Robot frames took like 8-9 hours to design, and then I made the blueprint, and I didn't even build it in game anymore. To get the robot frames up and running. Actually, it's not up and running. What are we missing? Batteries. Alright, yeah. I did not actually connect water and oil to here yet. So we are supposed to bring in a pipe of oil. But we are also supposed to bring in like 5 pipes of water, I suppose. Gotta look up those numbers again. Yeah, but I'm not going to do it today anymore. So what is there left to do? Yeah, we need to make speed modules for rocket control units. That also means switching on the blue chip build. We need to route all the blue chips, low density structures, rocket fuel, all that stuff into the final area. But I can only build the final area at the very end, once the starter base is gone and has been replaced by the 10,000 signs per minute variation of this thing, the launch facility. It's gonna be epic. It's gonna be so epic. Alright, we need to make a separate build still for radars, solar panels and accumulators, which is going to be a bit meh doing that for the 3rd time this playthrough, but still not too big of a build. Then we gotta do the fun part. We gotta make a train which can collect all the signs at the rate of production. That is not a simple task. A 10,000 signs per minute train. That's if you have one cargo wagon. One cargo wagon fits 800 signs, so you have to load 8,000 signs. So you have to load one of those every 50 or every 48 seconds or so, as well as unload it. So yeah, we're not going to be able to do that with one cargo wagon. Looks like we will need maybe 4 cargo wagons per train, fitting 32,000 signs per type on board. And then if we have a train come in every 3 minutes, we should be good. And that's maybe going to be it. Let's put that in here. 4 cargo wagons. Yes, 1 train every 3 minutes. That is a little bit of more than we need, but yeah, the train is going to take more than 3 minutes, so we're going to need several trains. And one of the other challenges, micro challenges we have been doing is no rail signals. So this is a unsignaled rail crossing, and we have had a couple of accidents. The last day we had an accident was day 1294, which is roughly 250 days ago. So sometimes this behemoth monster train crosses path with our nuclear fuel delivery train. They both run pretty sporadically, so the chance that they crash is not really big, but they already crashed 3 times in the course of the game. So yeah, it's going to be a challenge. None of the rails are actually intersecting at the moment. I guess we no longer need to transfer fuel cells to the nuclear plant. now that we switched over to solar power. So once we switch on the actual base, I'll probably just deactivate the nuclear fuel cell train. And we've got a lot of stuff. Now I can see it. Yeah, 375k normal uranium, 10k fuel cells in here, but we got a lot more additive planned. 8k of this. I think we are set. How about the used up uranium fuel cells? Yeah, we're producing 9.4k, but we're converting back into uranium 9.6k. So we are out producing the used up nuclear fuel cell creation, but it's only very slow, 200 per hour. And we need to burn through like 92,000 still, so yeah, that will take a while. You want no rail signals, why? Have you ever seen somebody build a rail base? It's not a rail base, but have you ever seen somebody use trains more than one without using rail signals in a playthrough? And that's why, just some sort of a new added challenge. It's kind of fun. Doesn't really hurt us too much if we lose a wagon of like 2000 fuel cells or something. We can take the hit. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Making the train. And then we just need to get rid of the starter base to build the 10,000 signs per minute rocket launching facility in its place. Should be in here somewhere. I didn't take it out. Did I take it out? No, it's here. Alright. So let's just try to imagine that on the map. Here's my starter base. I already outlined some of the beacons in the corners. It's going to be roughly yeah, this is where I plan to build it. It's roughly gonna look like this. You zoom out. Maybe it's a better representation. It's gonna look like this. It looks kind of horrible because the starter base is still in the way. The entire starter base will have to go. Looks like the nuclear fuel train will also have to go. It's in the way. Basically, this entire thing has to go. The entire base here has to go. We did make sure that we could leave space for... we leave the old one up here. The old launching facility we leave up. It's going to be idle, but we are going to keep that. And this is basically going to be built right above here, like so. I'm not sure about what direction the rail is going to come in from, but we'll figure that out later. Yeah, that's going to be an epic step to just get all of that out of the way. And then we'll be done. We'll switch it on and it will be mostly done. We then just need to let it run for like a couple tens of hours and see that we actually get a nice flat production line, just like the 1000 signs per minute line. It's kind of funny. So chemical science, we had like 50 hours of flat production for all science packs. These stick out a little bit because we switched on 10,000 signs per minute shortly after, and that spiked it a little bit. Alright. I think that's gonna be it for this stream. Looks like we did have a stable stream in the second half. The first half was kind of dramatic. There is the dashboard. That's been okay. Still need to produce train fuel. I'm already I'm already producing train fuel. Yeah, it looks like I am producing extra rocket fuel, so I could just leech off of that. Like, I'm making several rocket fuel per second more than I need. And that is, trains are not gonna consume rocket fuel per minute even. So I think we'll just leech off of the rocket fuel build, probably. We'll see. And I do not do the concrete thing, no. How do you go about mega basing? In small steps. I don't know. It's been a long time since it took me a long time to wrap my head around actually how to approach even building a 10,000 signs per minute base, because the scale of everything is just so massive. You really have to make a good plan to work it out. My plan has been kinda unique in that I don't use like trains and requester chests and stuff to bring stuff around. I just have my hub in here. I carefully take my Roboport network into I'm just careful with how I handle my Roboport network and let the bots build everything from the base, then just retract them all, and then I can do the next step. Which actually works quite well. I just have to design all my builds with Roboports in mind, so that the entire area is covered. But in general it has been working well. I guess eventually I can get rid of all the Roboports if I want to. Or I can just flick this button and it will be like they are not there. But yeah, I think I might get rid of all Roboports in the end. Yeah, start small. Do a starter base. First step is making a starter base which can consistently produce like 45 signs per minute or 75 signs per minute, or whatever other ratio you can get out of the standard 5 to 5 to... sorry, 5 to 6 to 5 to 12 to 7 to 7 ratio of science assemblers. I went for 63, which can be reached with a combination of modules, then later 83 or something signs per minute. If you can get that going all the time, you're on the right way. Then you have discovered the method of how you need to keep everything going all the time without relying on internal buffers. Once you have mastered that, try 1000 signs per minute. And once you are successful in doing 1000 signs per minute, think about doing 10,000 signs per minute, and then think, no, I'm not gonna do 10,000 signs per minute. I'm not crazy. But then if the urge keeps existing, you'll end up doing something like this. Let's go to my... this is really my favorite part of the base. It's even lit up, one of the few areas of the 10,000 signs per minute base which is lit up. Here's my pizza point stone steel splitter. A pizza point with toppings of stone bricks and steel. Not the most tasty, but definitely very satisfying how this separates the adjacent belts into alternating belts. It's like magic, really. It's almost like magic. Alright. Yeah, the old SBSB, the self-balancing starter base. How are you in YouTube, but you still were here from the start? Or did you watch the VODs? Because I started streaming this series on Twitch. Now my second channel has caught up and posting the streams, so I now don't really mind streaming on YouTube as well. Since there is no longer a mysterious gap in here. Yeah, it takes a long time. I'm still feel I'm not actually... The playtime here is not a good representative indication of the total time spent on this playthrough, since we've did so much of it in the editor mode. I don't even remember at what time I... let's make a save. I think we're done. End of stream save, I suppose. I was always watching the VODs, alright. Did you get through all of them? That is a pretty steep task. I think if I would count up all the time from the VODs, we would, let's just enjoy the lights going off in the base. If we count up all the time from the VODs, that definitely exceeds 180 hours by a long shot. Oh, the trick to producing a high science per minute base is not just throwing more stuff at it until it works, but actually designing your builds in such, at least that is the way I go about it, designing my builds in such a way that that there's like slight overproduction almost everywhere in the base. But really tailoring your builds to what you are trying to achieve instead of thinking, I don't have enough green chips, let's make some more green chips. Oh, now I don't have enough blue chips, let's make some more blue chips. Oh no, now I don't have enough green chips again. Don't go about it like that, because it is really hard to guarantee, even if you can make the amounts you need to make, it's really hard to guarantee that everything flows the way it needs to flow without stuff backing up. Even you can have the capacity to produce, but if everything is not routed correctly, it can still back up. Mostly due to inserter near side of the belt priority messing you up. That is what happened in my first attempt at a 1000 science per minute base, like, I don't know, it must be like 6 years ago or something by now. Second attempt I did effed me up because I used trains and the train throughput was not enough and I could not really fix that in post anymore. That was kind of when I started not liking trains anymore, I suppose. And I have been doing the old reliable belts ever since. So I guess it's mostly not like a childhood trauma, because I'm too old to have been considered a child in that era, but yeah, a post-traumatic stress syndrome from using trains and having the trains be the reason my 1000 science per minute mega base was not working. So now I only build cursed trains like this one, which just goes back and forth in my starter base trying to run me over, but it can't, because we are rocking around in our Spidertrons all the time. That is why my other trains also look out of place, really. I mean, who builds a train like this to haul modules and solar panels and accumulators to their base? Or why does this train look like that? It already looks normal to me, but I guess people who are tuning in for the first time, especially on YouTube, are just blatantly leaving after seeing that train. Think, okay, this person clearly does not have a clue of what he's doing. Let's go watch something else. And I cannot even blame them. Alright. Let's put the rockets. Yeah, that puts my fleek off screen. Cannot zoom out further. Actually, I can. I have a mod for that. There's a mod for that. Per player zoom limit somewhere. Zoom out limit. Let's make it larger for now. Right, here we can. Now we can put the rockets in here, and we can have science, and we can have the entire starter base on there. Isn't that nice? There we go. Alright, that will be a nice outro screen. Let's put the FPS down, because FPS suffers quite a bit. UPS still good though. FPS suffers quite a bit when zooming out. Factorio 2.0 won't let you zoom out like this anymore. There's a hard limit on the zoom factor now, it seems, which is kind of unfortunate. I guess high throughput train intersections are a lot easier now with elevated rails, as you basically can add another layer. Trains do not necessarily need to interact anymore on intersections. You can build good old-fashioned, like highway cloverleaf intersections now if you really want to. or like all the other cool stuff like diverging diamonds and whatnot. I do know normally you want a forward-facing locomotive in the front of your train for lower air resistance. That really, yes, but also does the throughput of your train network really come down to a slightly diminished acceleration due to the front wagon not being a locomotive? If your base is that tight around throughput, then you probably have more significant problems to deal with, and changing to locomotives in the front won't really solve your problem then anymore. So yes, it is true. Locomotives in the front does lead to slightly faster acceleration, but in the grand scheme of things it should not matter. Also, I'm going to run my train of rocket fuel, I suppose. I mean, that's the same story really. Nuclear fuel, yeah, okay, they accelerate faster. Rocket fuel is probably good enough for my base. I guess I could run it off wood and it would still be good enough. I could literally fuel my trains off wood and they would be fine. And the base looks kind of nice in the night with the lights. When we still cared about having lights everywhere. Yeah, I didn't design those for 10,000 signs per minute. Let's say it was in the name of UPS instead of in the name of being lazy. We need something to do, man, if the 10,000 signs per minute base is up and running. So that is a time when we can like start putting lights in everywhere and whatnot. Would be fine, yeah, would be fine. Did I research braking force? I did research braking force here actually. I think because we went for all technologies or something, I don't exactly remember, it's been so long ago. But yeah, normally I probably kept that for last year as well. I do like how the trains slowly slow down and grind to a halt. I did it in the playthrough with it's called again, the Ultimate Death World Challenge. I did not research braking speed, just so the artillery trains could grind to a halt before they started their wave of destruction, ever so slightly more epic due to the slowdown being more dramatic, more gradual. Alright. I think I've blabbered on for long enough for today. So yeah, really nice that all of you joined me here on this old version of Factorio, which is probably gonna fall out of grace pretty quickly. It's really weird. No, it's not really. I understand why it's coming, but let me look at how many viewers are here right now. 68 on Twitch, 49 on YouTube. So we've got like 100 and low something viewers. When I did the trip to the Shattered Planet, I don't know why, I just had a spaceship on screen which was blowing up asteroids for almost the entire 28 hours. And at the end, I think I broke my all-time viewer record. I think more than 1,000 people were watching at some point. Just the spaceship blowing up asteroids for 28 hours straight. And here I'm trying to achieve the most difficult things. I guess it's a lot more niche audience for this kind of stuff. But yeah, still it's kind of funny. Just go straight and blow up asteroids, 1,000 viewers. Solve the most intricate fluid dynamics problems in admittedly an outdated version of Factorio at this point. And I want to say decimated, but I've since learned that decimated actually means remove 1 in 10 instead of be left with 1 in 10. I was as surprised as you probably are now, because decimated definitely sounds like you will be left with only 10%. But yeah, if you look up the origin of the word, I was noted by that by a comment as well. Here I go off on another tangent, tangents of tangents, so I was notified by a comment of that, and I said no, or I started type no, you're wrong, and then I decided to look it up, and it was actually right. So it comes from old Roman armies, and if they decimated their armies as a punishment. But if they would have decimated their armies as a punishment the way I thought it was, like remove 90%, well then they wouldn't have had an army left after that. Anyway, that has been all for today. Thanks everybody for joining. I had a great time. I hope you had a nice time as well. And I will see you all next time.